Hello, hello everyone. Wait, let me get this in the right position. There we go. Hello everyone. How you all doing? I hope you're all having a lovely start to your week. Well, sorry, not week, sorry, weekend, but even still, it wasn't the start of the weekend. It's the middle of the weekend, and it's almost over for me. The middle of the weekend, and we're getting into the end of the weekend by tomorrow. Oh, what a disaster. What a disaster. Now I feel bad. I don't want to stream anymore. No. I do hope you guys have been good. It's been a few days since I last streamed, since I last talked to you guys. I was a little bit busy. I had stuff to prepare for and do, but all in all, it's looking mighty fine. I felt like I had something I had to do today that I'll be graded on, also known as an exam. But I feel like it went well. I feel like it went really well. And I came out of it being like, very happy. Very, very happy. And I was like, everything's coming up. Everything's coming up. Ruadh. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. Hello, Lancelot. Now, why would you say that? I don't know. I just thought of it. I guess for me, it was like, my week and this morning was filled with studying for things, and it just hit me immediately, and I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. Excuse me. I like it already feels like the weekend didn't really start for me until afterwards, after that test. But now it's over, and I'm free for a day, for 2 days. It's okay though. And hello, Tupo. How are you? How is the potato? I hope you're doing very well. Descartes, but not his most famous work. Well, we're not actually going to be reading Descartes today. We're going to be reading a book that details Descartes' part in at least this author's view of the creation of modernity, particularly in laying the groundwork, the foundation for the third branch of the responses to the anomalous God that people like Occam set forth in disagreeing with the scholastics of the High Middle Ages, particularly looking at his new idea of this kind of science grounded in knowledge, and how he rejects both the humanists, the Italian humanists of Ficino and Pico and all them, and also rejects the Protestants and the rise of Martin Luther, and kind of how they go about things. So I'm looking forward to getting into that. I do need to actually read Descartes at some point, though. Like, you pick up things here and there, but there's just so many people to read all the time, and I don't really get much time to read these days either. I don't get much time to read these days, but I'm going to try and get back into it. I think it's just like, I spend a lot of time reading stuff anyway. It's like, oh, okay, now I get... Even though, that's reading for leisure. I'm sure if I sat down and I really spent a while just reading for fun, I'd be happy as Larry. Apparently some guy called Larry is very happy. I guess that might be Larry David. Kind of a rapid view of his stuff, understandable. I guess there's certain areas that people dive into. Hello Pip, how are you doing? I hope you're having a nice weekend. Welcome in. I'm still having some I have next to me some it's too far. There we go. Some chocolate biscuit cake made with digestives, Maltesers, and like this Lindt chocolate, 50% chocolate, or 50% cocoa, whatever it's called. And it's so good. Oh my god! Hang on, you guys might hear a bit of crunching right now, or like some, crunchy. God, biscuit cakes are so good. Biscuit cakes are so good. I mean, kind of like crunch ASMR. I was never a fan of eating ASMR. I think especially I guess because things like mukbang and stuff has probably destroyed my opinion of that type of ASMR. But I just always feel like whenever I try to listen to it, it was either like really, they're licking something like a lollipop or something, and it's clearly meant to be something else, like it's ear licking noises, or it's like mukbang style, and it's just disgusting to listen to. And I do apologize if you're someone who enjoys mukbangs. That's totally fair, but is ear licking like innuendo? If you listen to it, it definitely sounds bad. I mean, ear licking in general, like I don't even think ear licking is meant to be innuendo. It's just meant to be sensual, so to speak. But if you're licking a lollipop, that also has a different feel to it in making those sounds. But I'll leave that there. I'll leave that alone. Chips and pretzels are all you eat when doing ASMR. You like to crunch it. I will say, crunchiness is not that bad. I could see why things like crunchy sounds could be good. I hope you're doing well, Clever, and welcome in, Wampus. How are you guys? How are you? I hope you're doing good. But I could see why people like crunchy sounds. It's like, but it's when I'm thinking about the like mukbang stuff, and they're just stuffing their faces full. I remember for a while, wasn't mukbang meant to be like, it was meant to be like a thing where people were kind of on their, if they're on their own and they would they wanted to have someone with them to eat while they were doing so, that they would do that, and then it just exploded into this thing that was kind of just weird. What's happening with avocado? Nikocado avocado, has he gotten fat yet? Has he gotten fat again yet? Or that still blows my mind. That still blows my mind what he did. I think about it here and there. It pops into my brain that Nikocado avocado was healthy. He was healthy. Or no, he was healthy for so long while he released videos. Hang on, I gotta look it up just in case he did get fat. Who knows? Nikocado avocado now. Is he still thin? He might still be thin. I think he is. Who's that? Pip, you don't want to know. Pip, you do not want to know. You don't want to know, Pip. You do not want to know about Nikocado avocado. It is a rabbit hole, and sometimes not let's just say the whole getting fat thing and getting rich thing, fair enough about the whole social, whatever, if it's a social experiment, you can always call it that, but I get it, doing things to get you loads of money and rich, that's fair, I understand. A part of that did not have to be, you didn't have to do the whole OnlyFans thing, and I didn't have to see those images flashing my eyes every now and again, but I guess you won't question. Then do not go down that hole, Pip. It's more in the end of overstimulation in the listener due to how intense it is and a very non-natural sound. I mean, when you think about the scenarios in life where you're going to be hearing those type of noises, it's definitely on that side of ASMR. Let's say that side of ASMR, and I understand. I've come across the odd VTuber here or there, or the odd just ASMR video, and you, excuse me, I'm sorry. I was drinking Coca-Cola earlier. I'm sorry. I don't want to do burp ASMR. That just made me think of Jerma and his jiggles the ASMRist. He would jiggle his fat belly in the mic. But who? Jerma played a game. Jerma played a game once where he was like a YouTuber or a streamer. And he had like a soundboard he could play while he did like his in-game streams. And he made this character in his head called Jiggles because one of the sounds, it sounded to him like someone was just shaking their stomach. So he was like, I'm gonna guzzle this 2-gallon isn't a gallon a lot? I feel like a gallon's a lot. I'm just gonna say a gallon. I'm gonna chug this gallon of water and I'm gonna shake my stomach for you guys. Oh, it was funny. It was funny. I loved Jeremy. He's so good. He's so good. I hope he's doing okay. But anyway, sorry. A gallon is nearly 4 liters. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of water to be drinking. That would definitely get you. That would definitely get you the juggles, all the jiggles in the tummy. But what was I saying right before then? Something to do with ASMR stuff. Something to do with ear licking. I was saying that it's you're typically going to hear those types of sounds in only one situation. So you know. But it's a brand. Oh, I think what I was saying was that like I've come across the odd VTuber or two who has an ear licking redeem, but they'll do it and it doesn't sound like like someone is digging into your ear canal. It's just like tiny little licks, and they can be okay. They can actually, like, there was one or two where I was like, that's not terrible. It doesn't make me want to punch someone in the face, because that's what that type of ASMR usually makes me want to do. That ear licking, like deep ear licking, it makes me want to like lash out. Name pronunciation, of course, clever. Well, I feel like at this point you should know how to pronounce my name, but okay. The name is pronounced Ruadh Uaquilta. Ruadh Uaquilta. It kind of reminds me, do you guys ever get cute aggression? Do you guys understand what cute aggression is? And no, that doesn't like, that's not what you guys call me when I'm like being aggressive. And you're like, oh, he's so cute. I guess you could do that. You could say, oh, Ruadh is so cute when he's trying to be angry. But no, not like that. What I mean, like, so cute aggression is this thing where sometimes you see something so cute, you have to like punch something or like do something kind of violent due to like an overwhelmingness of cute. I've had that happen a few times. Usually it's scrolling through Twitter and I see like a baby seal or something, or I see something like that, or like a kitten doing something silly, and I'm just like, I start punching my bed. Just look in the mirror. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Thank you, Pip. You've activated my cute aggression. Punch. And now Pip is dead. That's one less viewer than I'll ever have on you. But that's nice. Okay, that one got me. That was cute. That was very cute. It was a punch of love. It was a punch. I'm gonna have another bite of my biscuit cake. I was thinking to myself, will I ever tell you guys what I'm studying for? Because I wonder, like, excuse me. I feel like maybe people, probably not for a while, unless I get like doxxed. Then I'm like, okay, yeah, might as well. But I don't want to make it easier to dox me, I don't want to make it easier to dox me. That seems like a poor choice. A poor choice. I'm sure I've said things and done things that may or may not allow people to easily track me. Or at least piece things together. Who knows? But yeah, I might someday talk a little bit about, like, the type of stuff that I'm studying and what I'm working towards. Because maybe you guys would be like, oh wow, Ruadh, that's a lot of work. Good job, keep it up. Wow, Ruadh, you're so smart. Is what I'd want you guys to say. I want you guys to be like, wow, Ruadh, you're so smart and cool and hot. No. You guys don't have to say any. Ugh, hair got in my mouth. You will run for mayor in 2029? Hell yeah, clever. I don't know where you're going to be mayor of, but you got it. You'll do well. You'll do well. Can I be your running mate? Can I be your running mate, clever? Wampus, are you okay? Wampus, are you doing all right there, Wampus? Almost 6 myself, and I scare my mod. English wasn't? No, English did not appear to be. English did not appear to be, Wampus, in this moment. I hope you're doing okay. What you meant to say. What you meant to say was you almost dox yourself and scare your mods constantly. Ah, I see. That makes way more sense than I almost 6 myself and scare my mod. I'm sure there's a lot of mods dealing with that. There's a lot of mods. I recently saw a discussion on Twitter actually that was talking like, I don't know, there was some general Twitter, engagement. I won't say bait, but like, something that encourages you to interact with it. That's like posting your face as a VTuber. And a lot of my VTuber friends were being like, I don't understand why people are doing this so willingly and easily, And it's like some people like didn't want to be doxxed and yet were posting their full face or like half their face. It's like, what are you doing? Do you understand how easy it is to find someone if you have a face? Like, yeah, sure, there's like, it's not like, you look at someone's face and you know their name, like you have the Shiragami eyes from Death Note. But like, it's a pretty strong place to start. And it's not really something you can take back. It's a place in Michigan, only hint to where it is that it's already a fine place, but has tons of unrealized potential. Clever's gonna create a place that's so good it becomes the new capital of Michigan. And then over time he's going to expand his influence to the whole like state of Michigan, and then he'll incorporate other states around him. Do I know what states are around Michigan? No, not really. I do not know American geography. I know New York. I know New York. I know Texas. I know California. They're a little bit hot right now. I hope they're okay. If you guys are from there, please be safe. Don't leak your plans. I know you're just playing CK2, clever. That's all you're doing. You're gonna get in there. You're gonna like marry the senator. You're gonna marry like the mayor next door, and you're gonna like take over their lands. And then you'll press the claim. You'll press the claim for, I don't know. You know what, clever. If you might be able to invite, if you gift him some gold, you might be able to invite Bernie Sanders, and he probably has a weak claim to the title of the U.S. president, but you might be able to press it if like Trump gets sick, or like if Biden starts showing like dementia signs again. You might be able to press it. It might the option might become available. If you've never played CK2 Crusader Kings 2, you do not know what I'm talking about. Mr. FBI man, Mr. NSA, I'm not encouraging a sedition against the US government. I promise. It's cold, but it's hot. Oh. Northern Ontario. I don't know what that is. Who the president is going to be in 29. You're just going to do your best to make it not your problem. I believe in you, clever. You got this. Ugh. Oh, actually, I don't know if you guys saw. I should have posted it in my channel. What? Yeah, you meant Ontario. I see. one of my friends, Bonnie Paws, another VTuber, had her debut. Well, I kind of 2.0 debut. She's had hundreds of models by this point. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration, but only slight. But she had like a few PNGs, a few like kind of more moving PNGs, then like a base model that she drew herself and rigged. So that was really cool, and a lot of cool stuff like that. So she recently debuted, literally today, showing off her brand new model. It's very pretty, and it has a fantastic head pat. I really wanted to spam it, but like I didn't want to be annoying. It's like a customized head pat. I should even though the head pat that I have actually, and like the facial things are actually very good toggles on this model, I feel. If I was to get like custom versions of those, or custom interaction things, what type of things would you guys like to see? I think I should put that into the Discord at some point. Like, what would people like to do? I feel like there'd be one that like you guys want to be able to like squeeze my cheeks, you know? Like, you know, there's that face hold, but like what if you could exactly. See, like you guys already like, you know, stop. No, wait, let me get my point across. If you had like the hand, rather than like it cupping the face and me being able to do this, if it was more kind of straight up, like holding both sides and like kind of slightly squeezing, I think that could look really cute. What if there was a punch emote that just knocked my ass out? I do need to get onto my mama too about, yeah, something like that. That would be cute, but you like the pokes. The pokes are pretty good too. Oh no, I'd keep all of them. You guys would just have more options of things that you could do. What if there was like a attempt hand holding redeem? Where a hand like creeps close to my hand and I have to try and avoid it. It's like, get away from me. No. Not on this stream. We ain't a hussy. We ain't hussies on this stream. What was that from again? Hussy. Or what? No. The word I'm thinking of is floozy. Floozy was from Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's an old word. It means exactly what you think. I think hussy is probably one as well, but floozy is the one I was thinking of. You should do all of the options. I will try and do all of the options. I will have this model and your guys' options outfitted to the nines. But I remember Avatar: The Last Airbender, when they go, I think it's a fortune-telling episode. Yes, episode 6 or 7, I think. They go there, and there's that girl that really likes Aang, and she ends up being like, okay, Katara, you know, and then like Katara leaves, and she calls her a floozy. And they got that. They definitely got that past the censors because none of them knew what a floozy was, and they were like, "Oh, that's just a funny word for the kids." What they didn't know is that it's actually a bad word. I like the way they get around certain things on the internet like that, or not on the internet, on TV shows and cartoons. I can only imagine how much of a struggle it must be for certain things. Like, I remember I watched a thing before that talked about the making of the South Park movie, and the original version, apparently, like, you know, the creators of the South Park movie, were going through like 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9 drafts, all just getting like pushback from the studio and stuff for releasing it, for trying to get it below a certain grade or something, so that as to not make it so that it was like illegal for a child to watch it, something like that anyway. And I think they just pestered them so much that eventually they either gave up or they like changed things around slightly but kept most of the jokes. But what they would start to do is they would start to like bite back at the censors. So like they tell them that like, okay, this thing can't fly, and then they'd come up with something even more horrific to replace it. I think that was something else that they also did, is like they purposely at times put things in that was like just terrible so that it would get picked up by the censors, and then the other stuff would seem tamer in comparison, which is not a bad idea. It's like negotiations. It's like negotiations. You go in with the big plan, and then you actually have what you want. But your big plan is even crazier than what you want, so that when you pull back to a slightly less crazy, it seems like you've conceded ground. This has been negotiations 101. That's why when you're in court and you're being charged with a crime and you're going to be arrested, you just tell them, no, you're totally innocent. And then you walk back and you're like, maybe I did it. Don't take legal advice from me. Anyway, I think I am going to get into the reading section of this stream. Or plead the fifth. That's generally the best idea. That's generally the best thing to do. Plead the fifth, ask for a lawyer, and state that you will not speak without your lawyer present. There's a reason those guys study law. There's a reason for that. Hello, what's up? How are you? I hope your weekend's going well. It's nice to see you. Wait, hang on. I'll give you guys a wink. No. Okay, that was a cute wink. You're all right. Is that, you know what? There's 2 T's there, so I think that's a good that's like a I'm a pretty good all right. Nomming on some glacier droots. Glacier droots? What the hell is a glacier droot? Glacier droot. I see glacier fruit, which I assume is what you mean. Fruits. Okay. I thought I was wondering if like glacier droots were some kind of like fruit that I never heard of, or like a vegetable, like some random rare thing. Bad at spelling. No worries. You missed you missed Wampus just completely fail in speaking English for like a moment or two. It was like all the knowledge in his brain went to mush. But anyway, let's get into a reading tonight. It was at this meeting that Descartes first encountered Bérulle. Yeah. I do apologize again for my pronunciation of names if they are wrong. Bérulle was an Augustinian and had founded the French Oratorians in 1611 to rival the Jesuits. He was at the time forming the Compagnie des Saints-Sacrements, a secret society of Catholic laymen to fight Protestantism, that played a horrific role in the following years. Bérulle apparently took a deep interest in Descartes. Those who believed Descartes to have been an ardent Catholic assumed that Bérulle had become his spiritual mentor, recruiting him to write a defense of orthodox theology and metaphysics. However, it seems just as likely that Descartes was frightened by Bérulle and anxious not to be drawn into the man's schemes. No. Damn you, Fox. Poking me in the face. I saw that. I saw you. I don't know how much you got me, though. I think you got a pretty good one. Hello, D. How's my favorite angel girl doing? How are you, Mr. Ool? I feel very distinguished whenever you call me Mr. Ool. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm pretty good, actually. I'm pretty good, I have to say. I feel like, anyway, I did really well on that little exam I had to do today. So that's always a positive. And I have some chocolate biscuit cake that I'm kind of munching on throughout the stream. Oh. Yum. It's really good. It's really tasty. You want that cake? There's a bite left and it's gonna be in my tummy in about 2 minutes. Yay, snacks. Oh, D, I don't know if you've seen that image I put into my Discord. It's a full chocolate biscuit cake made with Lindt chocolate and digestives and Maltesers. It's really good. It's really good. You want a snack? You gotta run to Ireland in under 2 minutes and eat it. No, it's gonna be like the mean guy who like did everything rude to the Flash. The guy who's like, it was me, the anti-Flash, the yellow Flash guy. It was me, Barry. I love that one so much. I love that meme where it's like, it was me, Barry. I jerked you off at lightning speed, so it seemed like you came at the moment of a slight touch. Whenever I see that image, it just makes me laugh so much. It's so funny. Oh my god, digestives? And they're all in like a big biscuit, chocolatey cake. Oh, it's so good. Have you seen the dub? I have not seen the dub version of that. But the other thing that I love, and I have this image saved just in case I ever see it. If someone ever posts that image of the Flash being like, I perceive time in attoseconds, and it's like do you understand how small an attosecond is? Like, it's like some like big brained stuff. I post like a strip from a comic book where the Flash is defeated by an atomic banana peel. He slips on the banana peel and he goes off into space. All I'm saying is that if you lose to a banana peel, you may not be a very good superhero. I don't care if you come back and beat the villain. If you lost to a banana peel, it's not going too well for you. Imagine, would a monkey be Flash's greatest enemy? It's a monkey, but he just carries around banana peels everywhere he goes. What if the villain has hundreds of bananas? That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, I just imagine, like, I just imagine a guy carrying around a bundle of bananas, and like anytime he sees the Flash, he just starts throwing banana peels at him. He theoretically should be the strongest in the comics, but he gets dumbed down so much power-wise. Yeah, it does seem like super speed, like, especially when it's like super speed that rivals the other guys who are super speedy. That's like, you know, like Superman has super speed, but like, you know, the Flash is going to be faster than him, I assume. Because that's like his whole gimmick. Like, imagine you're like a speedster. Your whole thing is that you're super fast, and then there's some other guy that's just like, oh yeah, I'm also fast, but I can also fly. I'm also super strong. I also have laser eyes. I also have super hearing. I also can breathe in space. I'm also Henry Cavill. You know, that last one would be crushing. They do race, though. I think I've seen, like, strips from that. There was one panel you love of Superman versus Flash. He's canonically faster than Superman. I would hope so. That would suck for Mr. Flash, man. Well, I'm going to finish my biscuit cake, and then we're going to get back into the reading. I do apologize. I'm just enjoying right now. Just enjoy. Whenever you're getting angry or something at like a tuba or like a streamer you're watching, just enjoy. Just enjoy. I have raced you before, Barry. Wait, hang on. How does Superman sound like? I don't know. I have raced you before, Barry. I have even won some of those races. Those were for charity, Clark. And then he fucking runs. He runs away. And leaves Superman in the dust, based. That would be really funny. Imagine it's like for charity. It's like, I don't know what like the charity scheme would be for every time. I don't know. It's but they're racing and it's like, okay, 3, 2, 1, and like Barry's already done. He just starts walking away. Like this big event that was like put on to like celebrate and save some people. It's like it's over in like a flash. And then like Superman's just really confused. And Flash just ruins the day. Anyway, let me get into my you know, it could be like, for every time they race around the Earth neck and neck, we will donate $100,000 or something to this child cancer unit. And it's like that's a really good thing. So they're like, okay, and Superman's like, okay, Barry, let's go around a good few times. And then Barry's like, no, fuck you, Clark. I'm smoking your ass. And then he no, like before the race starts, they're all like in agreement, and he looks at Superman. He's like, fuck them kids. And he blasts off and destroys Superman. There's a comic panel where the Flash saves everyone. Oh, saves everyone from a city that's been nuked. He moves a hairbreadth from under light speed. That's based. I thought for a second you were about to say that there was a comic where Flash shaved everyone. He like all I could picture is he sprinted around and was just shaving people's eyebrows. Imagine you're just like sitting down with tea with your friend, and you're having a lovely conversation, and suddenly both of your eyebrows are gone. And then like a moments later, like blood just spurts everywhere because the Flash is not very good at handling a razor. Thank you, Claire. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. And welcome in. Time to read the Book Warrior Scholar Chan. Scholar Chan? I like that. I like being called Scholar Chan. You love the panel after it, though, because he's panting and he looks malnourished, which is such a good attention to detail. He must have burned so many calories. Was it the Flash, or was it some other... I feel like it was some other, like, kind of jokey thing, where it was like the guy was a speedster, but he was also eating jelly babies as he ran to keep his calories up. Or maybe it was like, I think it might have been Sonic, where it was like, let's calculate how many calories Sonic needs to move at the speed he does. It's like thousands of chili dogs every second. Not seen that amount. I feel like there's something like that. Anyway, let me get into the book proper. In the aftermath of this meeting, Descartes fled Paris for the Protestant Netherlands, concealing his whereabouts and not returning to France for 16 years. He certainly kept in touch with some of the other oratorians, especially Guillemot Guibouif, and may have been influenced by Guibouif's, I don't know how to pronounce that name any other way, Guibouif's notion of divine omnipotence, but there is little evidence he saw himself carrying out or participating in Berulli's project. While he was critical of humanistic science because it sought only the probable truth, he was no friend of religious fanaticism. Why did Descartes leave Paris and hide away from the public eye? He himself gives us a preliminary answer to this question with his famous assertion that he lives well who lives unseen. This humanist claim, however, does not capture the truth of the matter, for Descartes does not really retreat from society. In fact, he moved about a great deal, spending considerable time in Amsterdam, which he called his urban solitude, and in a number of smaller towns. It was not before a bucolic Petrarchian solitude. It was not, therefore, a bucolic Petrarchian solitude, or bucolic, that Descartes was seeking. It is more likely he wanted to find a place he could work and publish more freely without the fear of retaliation. On May the 5th, 1632, he wrote a paean on Holland to his friend, the poet Jean-Louis Guy de Balzac, with, quote, "What other land is there where one can enjoy liberty so entire, where one can sleep with less ineptitude, where there are less always armies afoot expressly to guard you, where poisonings, treasons, calumnies are less known, and where the innocence of former times remain." It is important to remember that that he had already been accused of Rosicrucianism. His fears on this score were not misplaced, as the actions taken against a number of the libertines indicate. Already in the little book he had recognized the need to conceal his true features, and during his years in Holland he went to great lengths to develop and perfect this mask. In fact, Descartes assiduously cultivated the appearance of orthodoxy, although it is clear that at least theologically he had adopted the heterodox positions from early on. During the early years of his stay in Holland, Descartes tried to lay out in print his method and the doctrine of clear and distinct ideas that he had been thinking about for the previous decade. This effort was not a continuation of the work that he had begun. This effort was a continuation of the work he had apparently begun the year before, but left incomplete. His rules for the regulation of the mind. This work seems to be on the surface the realization of the plan for the science that he had described as early as 1619 to Beekman and in the interim to Mersenne and others. Descartes, however, did not complete the work, apparently because he began to reflect on the metaphysical and theological assumptions of his science, and saw problems posed for it by the idea of divine omnipotence, as it appeared in nominalism and in the theology of Luther and Calvin. Descartes' original idea on an apodictic science rested upon the eternal truth of mathematics. If God was omnipotent, however, such truths could not bind him. Indeed, he must have created them, and in principle, he thus could uncreate them. No necessity impelled God to create eternal truths, and they could have been created other than they are. This realization led to a skeptical crisis and to his formulation of the astonishing theory of the creation of eternal truths, which undermined his whole original idea of a universal science. A second event also apparently convinced Descartes that his project needed to be reformulated. From 1828 to 1633, Descartes sought to develop a Copernican science that ended in a manuscript entitled The World. He described this project to Mersenne in a letter of November 13, 1629, in which the same language he had used in writing to Beekman more than 10 years before. Quote, "Rather than explaining just one phenomenon, I have decided to explain all the phenomenon of nature, and that is to say the whole of physics." He clearly hoped that this work would replace Aristotle. Descartes was about to publish the manuscript when he learned of the condemnation of Galileo, which led to him to withdraw it. He remarked on the discourses that he had not seen anything objectionable in Galileo's work and therefore became uncertain of his own judgment. But it is reasonably clear that this explanation is a mere smokescreen for the truth that he believed Galileo to have unjustly been condemned. He consequently became convinced that while he might be able to write and even publish his work in the relatively free circumstances that then existing in Holland, it would never be accepted by Orthodox Catholics, and he might be declared heterodox himself. He thus concluded that he could not provide an adequate foundation for his science, nor could he make it acceptable without dealing with the fundamental metaphysical and theological questions. In a year or so, all of it. Why? Yes, he explains the entire world, everything there is to know, in a single year. Very impressive. Descartes first put his science before the world with the publication of 1637 of his Discourses on Discourses on the Method of Rightly Conducting One's Reason and Seeking the Truth in the Sciences. The work was published in French rather than Latin and was intended for a popular audience. It constituted of a discourse or introduction to his science in which he talked about his method, and scientific treatise on optics, meteorology, geometry, in which the method was presented and demonstrated. Descartes begins the work with the assertion that there is a kind of equality of mind that characterizes all human beings, and that nearly every person presumes he has all of the intelligence that he needs. This ironic assertion is almost certainly drawn from Montaigne's essay on presumption, but it also echoes a similar claim made by Bacon. The connection to Montaigne is illuminating. It is an almost universal characteristic of human nature that human beings think they know when in fact their thinking is mostly muddled and misguided. Their presumptions leave them prey to rhetoric, including poetry, and enthusiasm that in turn produce misery and destruction. What is necessary, according to Descartes, is not more intelligence and learning, but as humanism suggested, but a method to conduct intelligence to the truth. It is exactly such a method that he believes he can supply. The Discourses itself is written in an autobiographical method, and it situates Descartes' project in his own time. The story is told in narrative rather than dramatic fashion, and it thus has a historical voice that distances the reader from the immediacy of the thinker, but also gives historical perspective on the thought itself. In Part 1, Descartes discusses his early life and education. Part 2 begins with the discussion of that wonderful day in 1619 when Descartes first conceived of the foundations of his science. His account here fills in the story that is lacking in the little notebook, but it also leaves out much that was central there. In the discourse, the Rosicrucian elements and the account of his fabulous dream are excluded. Instead, the story of his discovery is put into context of the wars of religion, and his reflections begin not with mathematical or scientific matters, but with practical and political. Descartes in this way ascends onto the stage of the world masked, as he originally prophesied in the little notebook. In contrast to the account in the little notebook, however, there is no reference to his great enthusiasm nor his sense of being possessed by the spirit of truth. Such hermetic elements would have endangered the acceptance of the work in orthodox Catholic circles. Rather, he constructs a Descartes who will be acceptable to his audience, a Descartes ardent to discover the truth, but a Descartes who eschews everything theologically or politically suspect. Thank you so much, Dragonfly. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. This Descartes is not a Rosicrucian, but an Orthodox Catholic and loyal subject. The Discourse is the first chapter in a fabulous history of self-creation in and through which Descartes presents himself as an exemplum to replace the exemplar of antiquity that humanism presented as models of virtue. He thus employs a humanistic method that goes back at least to Petrarch in order to promote a project that at its core is centered not on man but on nature, and that seeks to bypass the theological issues of his time. Okay, if you guys were watching my model there, you may have seen me freak out a little bit. I just had a little sneeze. Ugh. Let me have a sip. Bless you. Bless you. Thanks you. Ruadh seizure. No, I didn't have a seizure. I had a sneezies. I had a little bit of a schnoz. I have a note here highlighted for some reason. Let me see why this note might be highlighted. Okay, what page is it? 184, number 66. No. There was nothing particularly... Oh, I think maybe I was highlighting the line itself rather than the note. Sneezer? yeah, I had a sneezer. The account is framed by the events of the 30 Years' War. The work appeared 2 years after the Peace of Prague had put an end to the civil war within Germany, but just at a time the European war was breaking out in Germany. Wow, imagine going from a civil war to a European war. That's gotta suck. The work points back to the beginning of this war almost 2 decades before as the starting point of Descartes' reflections. To dispel any suspicions, Descartes mentions that he had attended the coronation of Ferdinand II, thus giving the impression that he had served on the Catholic side, but he does not actually say this. Descartes tells us how he had delayed by winter and forced to pull up to a small German village where he began to meditate. It is important to understand the scene Descartes unfolds. He is a young soldier, idled by winter just before the beginning of the most cataclysmic event of his age. He is alone, sitting in a stone-warmed room, looking out his window. Outside is a medieval village, a collection of houses that had been built and added onto over the years, set together in a haphazard fashion without any guiding principle of organisation. The same is true of the political world around him. It too is the product of innumerable individual and uncoordinated decisions, driven not by reason or by any methodological use of intelligence. There is an emperor who rules this world, but at the very moment Descartes is meditating, that he has been presumptuously rejected by many of his subjects because he, presumptuously, attempted to suppress their religion. Like politics, religion too is governed by multiple conflicting and confusing rules written by those who, as he tells us at the beginning of the discourse, are convinced that they have all of the good sense that they need. Is it any wonder that his first thought is that there is not usually so much perfection in works composed of several parts and produced by various different craftsmen, as in the works of one good man? It hardly needs to be added that he means a man who has good sense. The chaos of the world around him is evidence of a long history of men acting presumptuously, without good sense, or at least without a uniform method for employing the good sense they have to arrive at the truth. Descartes gave a series of examples to illustrate his point, comparing buildings patched together by several people to those designed by a single architect, cities that have developed hodgepodge from mere villages with planned towns, peoples grown together from a savage state, living only according to haphazard law of precedence, with people such as the Spartans, who had a wise lawgiver at the very beginning, religions whose many articles were made by men and with those laid down by God himself, and finally a science that is a mere accumulation of the options of various persons, with one devised by a single man of good sense employing simple reasoning. All he argues, demonstrates the superiority of the governance of a single mind when it is guided by good sense. This is very Platonic, actually. Plato. Wait, was it Plato? I'm pretty sure, yes. I'm pretty sure Plato makes this argument in the Republic, where he's discussing, I can't remember the exact point of discussion, but he basically likens a state to a ship. And he's making the argument about why a philosopher is ultimately the best kind of statesman. And he makes this point where, like, you have the ship and you have the captain who leads the ship, but the sailors rise up against the captain, and now they're deciding to strike out on their own, and they're sailing away, but none of them know how to read the stars. They don't know how to actually sail the ship, so they don't know where they're going. They don't know what the good path is. But there is one who knows how to read the stars, the navigator. But the multitude don't listen to him because they view him as as crazy or not useful to listen to, as being like they'd be kind of back under a captain if they listened to him. But he gets kind of through his usual Socratic questioning. Socrates, in the words of Plato, kind of like argues down with, I think it's Glaucon and them, that they accept that ultimately it's best for the stargazer, the navigator, to take control of the ship and to guide the ship. Now, I do think that there's a small issue, in my opinion anyway, is that I believe that things like navigation and living the good life and knowing the good life and knowing the good direction of things to guide a state may be the purview of the philosopher who happens on right standards. Romans in general think about the governable state as such. Plato, Aristotle, Heraclitus, most Stoics. It's a very common trend. I mean, even Aristotle pretty much argues that the city-state is best, and you see that, no, he I think he even argues, he just says straight up that the rule of one is the best when it is guided by good sense, but it is also the worst when it deteriorates. He has his three kinds of government: aristocracy, kingship, and democracy, and then their degenerated states: oligarchy, tyranny, and anarchy. And he ultimately kind of ranks them in terms of like the number of people. They're both ranked in the same way in terms of best and worst, depending on the state that you take it, degenerated or not, or led by people of good virtue. But I would probably say to Plato that I believe that the actions or the skills required to lead men may well be very different to those of the skills of the philosopher. And as strong as a philosopher's knowledge may be, there still needs to be an individual who is well skilled, not just in rhetoric, but in political savvy and motivation. I think that those are two different things, two different skill sets. And it's actually interesting because one looks at the Irish, the old Irish, and their society was set up in a very interesting way. Now look, yeah, you had slaves, whatever. There was a recent show all about that. It was like, did you know that the Irish had slaves? It's like, yeah, most, like in the middle, I think it was like early Middle Ages. It's like, yeah, that's pretty common. That's pretty common back then. That's pretty common, Blind Boy. What are you talking about? And Blind Boy is some Irish commentator. Don't worry about it. He wears a plastic bag on his head. But the Irish system often put the kind of like the philosopher or the mystic or the poet, the lawgiver, kind of on the same hierarchy level, I suppose, the highest one, as the king. They were on the same level, supposedly anyway. Obviously, who knows how it worked in practice, but in terms of the law, they were on the same level. And even the king was not above the law. The king didn't give the law. There was law tracts, and there were learned men of the law, and they would travel from city to town. Well, there weren't many cities back then, but they would travel from Tua to Tua, providing their guidance and solving disputes. And ultimately, the king's job was to arbitrate the law as guided by others. Now, how much that was stuck to, I can't say. But I do think of this kind of way where you have this kind of three-part structure, almost sort of like a Plato has his three parts of the soul, which correspond to the three parts of the city. But maybe even in the ruling ship, you need some kind of tripartite structure as well, where you have the ultimate guiding force of the philosopher guiding the warrior side, the king, to make good decisions. Now, what would be the appetitive part? I guess that would just be the broad city underneath them. I can't say exactly. Although I feel like then you may get into a trinity. Exactly. I mean, it's a weird thing. I feel. I don't know. Maybe it's like common because you could point to like, oh, there's dualism and that has two. But I feel like three always comes out in things for some reason. It's like three happens to be just a good number of things, like a trinity, sort of. Yeah. I've seen people before map the trinity of kind of the Christian Godhead of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit onto the Platonic structure of more of the Neoplatonic structure of the one sort of beyond being almost. Well, yeah, sort of like a one, and then the forms, and then the intellect, I suppose one would say. Oh god, what were they called again? The hypostasis, the hypostasis, is the word I'm looking at. The three hypostases, that kind of constitute the Neoplatonic form, and I think there's like things between those, like the heads and stuff, but that's getting into deep Neoplatonism that I'm not too well versed in. Hello, Haley. Hello, how are you doing? Hang on. Triads of organizing the world. It's like it seems to be the best, doesn't it? It just like I don't know if I get it whenever I'm reading a book and it's like and this can be organized into three things. It's like, oh yes, give me that triad, give me that easy to remember triad of things. I need it. Give me that tripartite structure of the state, Plato. Give me that soul. Let me see how it maps onto the soul. Oh, perfect. Although then again, Aristotle comes along with his act potency distinction, his four causes, and those are pretty good as well. And then of course Aquinas has his essence existence distinction, and that's a fantastic one. So maybe 3 is pretty good, but I think you can have also pretty good ones too, of other numbers. Anyway, I'll stop being a nerd and get back to reading the book that's a big nerd. Father, Son, Spirit, Triskelion, Maiden, Mother, Crone, 3 hares, 3 little pigs. Yes, the 3 little pigs are clearly an analogy for the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's a very common way of organizing thoughts, but I don't know if it's particularly useful since it still enables for too many negations and similar. Nerd? Don't you call me a nerd, what's up? Even though I definitely am. I totally am a nerd. No, you just called me a nerd and you used a different shoe emote. Shoes emotes are so good. I love that. I love that stare one. Not this. The second one's pretty good as well, but I like the first one. The first one that you posted is very accusatory. It's like, I know. The choice of these examples is hardly accidental. In fact, they are part and parcel of a rejection of Aristotelianism. The series of examples he employs mimics the account of knowing Aristotle develops in the 6th book of the Nicomachean Ethics. Aristotle argues that there is an unbridgeable divide between practical knowledge, which he is concerned with things that change, and theoretical knowledge, which considers those things that do not change. Practical knowledge is of 2 sorts: knowledge of things made, or techne, and knowledge of things done, phronesis. Theoretical knowledge involves the knowledge of the first principles, nous, also intelligence, I believe, and deduction from first principles, episteme, which together constitute wisdom, or sophia. Descartes considers each of these in turn. His first 2 examples are the 2 highest form of techne, that of the architect and city planner. The second 2 are the highest form of phronesis, human and divine lawgivers, and the last the highest form of theoretical knowledge, the scientist who attains wisdom. While Descartes follows the general structure of knowing that Aristotle delineates, he does so in order to distinguish himself from him. First and foremost, he argues that there is not a sharp division between practical and theoretical knowledge. Good sense, as he calls it in a discourse, transcends the divide between the two, and thus allows us to employ theory in the service of practice. The scientist, therefore, will be a master not of a single area of knowledge, but of all knowledge. His knowledge would thus be a mathesis universali, a universal science and universal mathematics. He will thus not be merely the wisest human being, but also the best technician and the best lawgiver in both political and theological matters. The conclusion that follows from this new understanding of human knowledge and the nature of knowing in practice is that all things, including the state and religion, should be transformed from the foundation up. Descartes recognizes that people will inevitably draw this conclusion and see him and his science as revolutionary. He thus immediately denies that he seeks such revolutionary change. Indeed, he asserts that he is absolutely opposed to those meddlesome people who try to upset states. His only goal, he tells us, is to rebuild his own house, that is, to reform his own thoughts and construct them upon a foundation which is all his own. The question, of course, is whether Descartes is sincere or disingenuous here. Viewed against the background of the humanist tradition, Descartes' project seems to be a retreat from the polis to the pole, from a desire to reform public life to a private search for self-perfection. Petrarch and Montaigne had famously carried out such retreats. If Descartes is telling the truth here, and this is in fact his initial reaction in the face of the chaos of his time, it dissipates fairly quickly, for in November 1629 he wrote to Mersenne that the method at the heart of his science itself presupposed great changes in the order of things. The whole world would have to be a terrestrial paradise, and that is too much to suggest outside of fairyland. French revolutionary? Never heard such a thing. The French, they aren't revolutionaries. They never revolt. They never riot. I don't think I've ever heard anything to do with riots coming out of France. They're very well behaved. A famously placid people. Exactly. Can this insight... Ooh, there's another note here that I've highlighted. I wonder, is it actually an important thing? Can this insight have eluded him in 1619 and 1620 as he watched from near or far the plundering of Bohemia, or in the 1630s when he looked backwards over 2 decades of war? He tells us that it was at this time that he formulated his method, but decided not to develop his science further until he had a greater knowledge of the world. But would such worldly knowledge, as opposed to experimental knowledge, change the basic character of the science itself, or alter it in any of its particulars? It is hard to see how it could. We are thus left with the conclusion that the greater knowledge of the world was needed to better judge the possible reception of such a science in the theologically heated atmosphere of the time. The question was not the nature of science itself, although he still had much to work out, but the mode of presentation that it would make most acceptable. His concerns were clearly warranted, as the condemnation of Galileo demonstrated. The discourse is a more circumspect effort. In this work, he does not directly or explicitly attack the Aristotelianism that had come to be regarded as the foundation of the Counter-Reformation, Catholicism, but rather lays out a science that calls into question the fundamental ontological and epistemological presuppositions of the Aristotelian science. The goal of this work is also concealed. For example, Descartes claims he has no interest in reordering politics or education, but we know that he repeatedly tried to convince the Jesuits and others to adopt his work at their school text in place of Aristotle. It was this, if he was concerned with education, can he have been any less concerned with politics? His late letter to Princess Elizabeth on Machiavelli, in which he shows a keen concern with and knowledge of political life, suggests otherwise. His explanation for his lack of interest in transforming the political realm is also disingenuous. He claims in the discourse that custom had gone a long way toward making contemporary political institutions palatable, but the entirety of the argument in the discourse aims at showing how insufficient custom is to achieve this goal. Indeed, his argument suggests that custom can never play the role he attributes to it here, since it remains merely an accumulation of the opinions of those who acted presumptuously without good sense. Indeed, also almost immediately after making this claim at the beginning of Part 3, he refers in his own time as an example to events in his own time as an example of the declining standards of behavior in a world which nothing remains the same. Hello, Yue. Welcome in. How are you? Yue, why? No. Oh, no. I had to do push-ups. Okay. No more No more nerd shit for a little bit. No more nerd things. We have to do some push-ups. Okay. Oh, but I'm just after a biscuit cake. That's not fair. And I'm gonna be out of breath after doing this. It's gonna make the reading harder. Yeah. Hang on, let me. Before I pull down my second monitor, let me just get this out of the way. There we go. That's better. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. There we go. Good solid 30 push-ups. Okay, let me take like a second or two. Doing 30 push-ups fast from not doing anything often leaves me slightly out of breath. I have a tiny bit of water. Thank you, Pip. Your last 2 push-up redeems have been ignored or missed. I don't remember seeing them. I'm actually sorry. I don't. When was this? Huh. That's how missing things work. Yeah, that makes sense. The last 2 streams. Maybe it was. I apologize. Hang on. You could. He will never forgive this. How about you get a free push-up request any point during the stream after. No, guys, don't make me do more push-ups. Fuck you, guys. Okay, I was going to say after like 5 minutes. Laughs a lot. I'm gonna put that up to like 20, so you have to wait until like 11:45. I'm gonna say because I have to do more push-ups now. Stop bullying me. I want to read my book. But hello, UA nerd turning into the jock. I suppose so. I suppose it's important for me to get back into my exercise. You bring chaos and push-ups. Who doesn't like a little chaos? You did your nails in blue and orange like the model? Ooh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Thank you. That's really sweet. That's really cute. No reading, only push-ups. You guys are so mean. You guys are so mean. Redeem it immediately. No, I will reject it. Hang on, let me. What I'm going to do, because I missed them, and I didn't do them when you requested them. What I'm going to do. Oh God, my book's in the way. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go viewers, channel points, review requests. Where's the push-up redeems? I've had 100+ requests for push-ups. What the fuck? That's a lot of push-ups. That's a lot of push-ups, especially if I've done like 20 to 30. There's no way. There's no way. Okay, so what I'm going to do last a lot. Okay, this is from last year. Let me try and find. Here they are. Oh yeah, I see. 2 days ago, 5 days. Okay, I'm going to reject both of them, so that you should get your points back. 3,000. I do not. There's no way. There's no way. You get your points back, and you get a free push-up redeem in like let's say 20 minutes. Let's say 20 minutes. You can request it at any point, and I will do it. You didn't check how many points you had. You should have got them back, but okay. All right, Tuffo, you get more push-ups. Let me try. I kind of want to try diamond push-ups. I don't really do diamond push-ups too much. I don't know if I should be careful because, like, I'm only back to the gym recently after Christmas. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30. Okay. You know, the first like 20 felt easy. Doing like closer. They weren't full diamond push-ups, but they were closer together, I guess, than my usual hand placement. First 20 felt great. Then like 23 hit. I was like, oh shit. What's diamond push-ups? Diamond push-ups are a type of push-up where rather than having your hands kind of shoulder width or slightly wider, you bring your hands closer together, and often people make a diamond shape with their like 2 forefingers and their thumb. Like, you know, if you were making a heart shape, you just extend the 2 index fingers. And then you do the push-ups that way. And what it does is it puts more of the focus on your triceps. Because of the way that you can't really engage your chest as strongly, because the chest's primary activity is pushing, but like also bringing the arm across. So like in terms of the direction of the muscle fibers, it goes like it pulls it in, sort of, if you get what I mean. You know flies, you know, when you have your arms out wide and you bring them in together. That's kind of the motion of the chest. While if you bring your hands closer together, you kind of already bring your chest into that motion. So they aren't able to provide as much force to drive up. They're kind of already being activated. So your triceps take over. And then you can do wide push-ups where you have more emphasis on the chest. And there's loads of other variations. Okay. My triceps hurt a little bit after that push-up class with Ruadh. I'm going to have to do more later, aren't I? Oh, no. You know what? It's probably a good thing. Like, if I streamed, like, every day... Probably not every day. Like, if I streamed every second day and I got, like, 3 push-up redeems per thing, my chest would probably be huge by, like, 6 months. You find that you only really feel it in your chest when the muscle fibers really stretch. But they don't really stretch in diamond, which proves it's not retargeting it. Yeah, like if you think about what's up, and obviously you know this yourself, but if you think even about like the starting position of like it, I guess they do kind of activate a bit, but like they're almost, it's like it just doesn't have as much motion to drive up. So the triceps. Now I love dips personally. Dips are one of my favorite exercises. They just feel great. For those of you who don't know, dips are when you're holding 2 bars with your hands. Oh, hello, Tallies. Thank you so much for the resub. It's so sweet of you. Thank you. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see you. I was reading my book, Tallies, and now I'm being made to do push-ups. With just 60 push-ups, it might not be that much. Perhaps if it was 120, it would swell up a bit. It's more in the range of basic tonification. Oh no, like if I was getting 3 and I was doing 90 to 120, yeah, definitely. It really depends on as well the time in between. Like, I'm taking a nice break between them because I will be out of breath if I don't. Your man Descartes, yeah, we're reading about him. We're reading about his new scientific method endeavors. What's your favorite exercise? Ever since I injured my shoulder, it's definitely been harder to push at it. But I still love it. It's overhead press. I love the overhead press. It is my just the feeling of it. But I also love dips. I got pretty strong at dips for a while. Even now I'm pretty strong at dipping, actually. For those who don't know, sorry, dips are where you hold yourself between 2 bars, and then you dip down with your triceps, and then you drive up. Tricep extensions are pretty good. When do we get a Ruadh flexing stream? Never, because I'm never going to be on camera. What camera? What am I talking about? This is me. This is me, guys. This is me. There is no other me. Don't you guys know? Other than the copy of me over there, little Ruru. The philosopher you spend the second most of time studying was a Descartes scholar. So you're a second-hand Descartes enjoyer. That's pretty based. Oh, Tupo. What is it again? Is it clavier? Is that how you pronounce the clavier? Tales? No, Tallies? Oh god, I forget how I decided on how the pronunciation was again. He is an actual learned philosopher. He's studied stuff in depth. Clave talus. Talus. Is kind of how you say it. I try. I like calling you Thales. It reminds me of Thales. Thales, who said, wasn't he the guy who said everything was water? Or Tales. Tales is also kind of good. Ruadh buff model when? What are you guys talking about? I'm already pretty buff. Don't you guys see this chest? Maybe someday I'll have, I don't know, we are water. Yeah, he was like, everything's water. Did Thales also fall down a well? You really gonna trust the dits like that? I didn't say I trust them. But Tupo, Thales is a potato. So yeah. Hence the Tupo. The Tupo part of his name. But he is also another VTuber who reads on stream. I believe you often read the oh god, how do you pronounce it? You often read like kind of Hindu works, don't you? The oh god, what's the full name of it? Things like that, anyway. The Bhagavad-Gita. Something like that. I'm not familiar with that philosophy types. It's a mixture of the French word for keyboard, which you borrowed from Bach's Clavier Ubung III and English composer Thomas Tallis' own spelling of his surname. Tallis. Oh, the okay, am I going to pronounce this? The Mahabharata. The Mahabharata. The Mahabharata. I put a V in there because in Irish the BH makes a V sound. You sometimes anyway. Wait, no, am I thinking of the MH? Isn't it VH makes a V sound as well? All you heard was Hakuna Matata? They both do? Yeah, okay, yeah, good. I remember that correct. Yeah, BH, yeah, it does. Staring disrespectfully. What are you staring at? Don't you stare at me. Eyes up here. Eyes up here. I'm putting on some clothes. Sometimes MH is just H though. Ah, yeah. It's weird. Irish is a funny language. Your expertise is in Martin Heidegger and Jean-Luc Marion. Me le bomb le kill the insert quote from Baghdad Giza. Bawatlam. Yeah. They've been hidden. Yeah, you're not allowed to stare anymore. That's mean. That's mean to stare without my permission. Although then again, when I watch certain VTubers, it's not like my eyes aren't just like, Aru, why are you poking me in the nose? Cease. Stop. She stopped. See? She's a good maid. She listens. Drown check. Hang on. Do I have much? I have some left. You became obsessed. Can you stare? You may. For a moment. I'll forget. You became obsessed with continental philosophy midway through your degree. That's pretty cool. I've just fallen down the rabbit hole of Aquinas, I guess. Not even Aquinas, just kind of broadly Aristotelian stuff. And kind of theology. It's fun. It's interesting. Now you're the proper Brexit geezer. Leaver of unions. The British geezer, leaver of unions. That sounds like such a strong, like, legendary lord from... It sounds like something that would be in the Greenskins. The Greenskins from Warhammer. Proper geezer. The leaver of unions. If you stare at people, we can stare too. I don't stare. I look you guys in the eye. I give good eye contact. Are you guys good at eye contact? Answer me this question right now. Are you good at eye contact? I feel like I'm almost too good at eye contact. Sometimes I feel like I'm looking at someone's eyes too long. So I'm like, oh, look off here for a sec. Kind of glance behind them. Look off to the left. Look back. Then again. No, you're not good. You're not good at eye contact. So like if I got like really close, if I got really close, I can't get any closer. If I got really close and I just stared at you, would that make you uncomfortable? Would that make you uncomfortable, guys? Are you uncomfortable right now? What if I got like, I think I might be able to get closer if I lean in. Okay, not really. Well, okay, this is nice then. This is better. This is better than eye contact. Thank you. Wake up and meet the wife, Suzanne. Suzanne. You ought to be a Thomas, but you're not. Much to your old professor's charging. 8 Kegel. 8 Egel. Don't just like him. Don't like him, simple as. Was your professor a Thomist? Thales. Even Hegelians hate Hegel. Zhongli eyes can never unsee. Yeah. I feel like people like that. People like that type of stuff. I don't know much about this Zhongli character, but he did have quite nice eyes when my mama drew him. And I was like, draw my eyes like him. And I think she probably just got very happy. Love me Plato. Love me Aristotle. Simple as. I also love me Aristotle. You went to Jesuit university, so you were surrounded by Thomists. Interesting. Much modernity already. Reached modernity already. Yes, Son has read through the entire corpus of Plato. He's probably read like hidden unknown manuscripts in some like hidden Roman library but he's like, I just have to read this like one leaf page that he wrote when he from his lecture notes before he moves on to Aristotle and reads all of his work as well. I heard there was a quote by Hegel that went something like, "Nobody understands my work. I can think of one person who understands my work, and even he doesn't really get it." That poor guy. That poor guy. He doesn't even understand his own work. You had to write a paper on the Phaedo. That was fun. I still need to read your paper, by the way. I have it saved as I have it pinned, so I have to read it. I'll actually read someone who is knowledgeable on this stuff. John Lee, your beloved. Is that another way to pronounce his name? Is that how they translate his name? Is in the dub? Oh, hey, John Lee, you gotta help me. I like to imagine that you know, the normal voice actors who did the dub, they said Zhang Li correctly, but then like 4Kids directors came along and were like, no, we can't have someone called Zhang Li in this. It wouldn't be Western. It wouldn't sound right. And then they get someone they themselves voice over the dub to add in John Lee. How did you get a network error when you're watching on 160p? Oh no. Sometimes Twitch just dies. I've had that happen quite a few times. I'd be like listening to a stream while I'm playing a game. And then I'm so sucked into the game that suddenly I realize that I haven't heard that person's voice for a while. And I'm like, huh? Where'd they go? And I realized that it just died. And I was like, oh, I missed probably the funnest parts of the stream. Someone from Modernity instead of someone from the books, a living philosopher. Son, you should read hang on, let me see if I have any living philosophers in my bookshelf. Not in my bookshelf, but I might have them tied up. Let me see. You know what? Because you're on such a big Plato reading thing, son, you should check out Lloyd P. Gearson. You should check out Lloyd P. Gearson's 3-part series of books. Aristotle and Other Platonists. Hang on, wait, let me check. Yeah. From Plato to Platonism, Aristotle and Other Platonists, and finally his third book, Platonism and Naturalism, The Possibility of Philosophy. That one's probably my favorite of the three, although I actually haven't read the first one, so I can't say much about the first one. I've read both Possibility of Philosophy and Aristotle and Other Platonists, and I would definitely recommend them. They're very good. Although I feel like I know a little bit more about them now. Zhang Li sounds like John Lee. It does sound a little bit, but I'm like intentionally trying to do the Zhong part. Automod? Wait, I don't even see. Oh no, wait, no, hang on. I'm looking at my Discord still is being lame. I can't even see what Automod caught. Oh no. I'm sorry, Haru. I don't know what Automod stopped you from saying. Buying Chul Han. I don't know what that is. If you want to read living philosophers, you highly recommend Jean-Luc Marion's God Without Being and Prolegomenia's To Charity. I've not heard of those, I'm sorry. Whenever you hear Plato, you just think plates because Plato is plate in Pepino. Plato is plate. So like when I'm talking about Plato, all you hear is plate. Like you'll hear a bunch of random words about philosophy and then you just hear plate, plate, plate. Oh no. I have to learn Filipino, Pepino, just to talk about philosophy in it. Oh, Byung. Oh, I thought that said buying Chul Han. I was like, who are you buying? Is this a gacha character? But apparently it was Byung. Like Byung. Byung sounds like a rapper's name, doesn't it? Yo, yo, what up? It's Byung in the house, as the kids say. Byung Chulhan is another. Whose idea was it to give me a stream? Why, Ruadh? Because it's funny. It's funny. You're gonna read as much Aristotle as you can handle, and then you're probably gonna read Aquinas and become very angry. He's done some stuff with Heidegger you wanted to look at. I feel like Tuppo, Thales, I think both of you are gonna be good friends. I'm forcing you together right now. Thales, you will smooch the potato. Why am I matchmaking on stream? Bro wanted to buy Chulhan. Listen. For all I know, Chulhan is like a beauty. And maybe buying them would be good. Will you read the whole Summa Theologica? Knowing Son, he will only read the Summa until he finishes it. He will read it back to front. And then he'll complain about it. You found a selected works book on Aquinas. You know, son, I feel like you're going to just complain about the language a lot. You're going to be like, why is it so difficult to read? Why are you matchmaking? You thought this was a reading stream? I don't know what this stream has become. This is just what's been happening to my reading streams. This is my break from reading for a little bit. It's a matchmaking stream now. Okay. So Tallies and Tuppo, Son and Tuppo, Haru and Tuppo, Yue and Tuppo, Pip and Tuppo. I'm sorry, Mr. Potato Man, you're going to be turned into mash by the end of this matchmaking stream. I just started looking at names, and then I just kept seeing Tuppo because he's like a nice, very light blue on my Twitch for some reason. So he just stands out a little bit. Mashed potato making stream. I'm actually more of a fan of roast potatoes. Like mash is fine, but I'm like roast potatoes. I like the crunch. You prefer shortened versions, not the entire works to get the whole narration. Dr. Peter Kreff's shorter Summa is quite good if you want the gist of the commentary. I've been looking at that. I have the Summa. Someone thought it would be a good idea to buy me a book that is literally the entirety of the Summa in one book. I didn't even know such a thing existed. It's kind of based in its own way, in its own silly way. It'll be a good reference book, let's say. I would recommend The One and the Many. The One and the Many by... Oh god, where is it? Who's the author of that book? Oh, it was Thomas Clark, I think. I'm pretty sure it was Thomas Clark. The One and the Many. No, don't cry, Tuppo. Tuppo harem. Yes, you'll be a harem. You'll be the harem owner. Philosophy-based matchmaking. Instead of listing romantic preferences, you list your favorite philosophers. The entire Summa in one book. What dimension is bigger? Its height or its length? Its height, let me just say, it is both tall, wide, and thick. The book, that is. The book. Let me be clear. The book. Don't take this out of context, clippers. Don't you clip that. The Summa is just so huge in Aquinas in your area study, so you found Kreef's book a good reference point. I found The One and the Many to just be a fantastic explanation of, like, Thomistic philosophy from the ground up. And also, it feels more like a more, how would you say, like it's updated version? It's a more modern version. Someone clip that. Don't you dare. Don't you dare clip that. Bold chat. Anyway. But no, it's genuinely a big book. It is a very, like, I could kill someone with that book if I wanted to. Like, hang on, let me check something. I have a ruler. You can kill with any book if you're strong enough. That's true. I need to get stronger so I can kill, like, so I could kill with a pamphlet. Let me see how big this book is, because I have a ruler here. So it's that's about 17. So it's about 27 centimeters long, and it's I guess in height, I guess. And then just over 21 centimeters kind of wide. And then it is 5 centimeters thick. So that's a big book. It's bigger than a Yellow Pages, if you guys remember this. It's bigger than a Yellow Pages. It's way bigger than a phone book, I'm going to be honest. How much of Aquinas is A, therefore B, therefore the love of God Almighty in our hearts, joining the universe together in his ever-loving grace forever and ever, love God, simple as, praise his majesty. Yeah, but that's the good parts. Ayo, that is as a big book. It is a big book. The consequences of Aristotelian philosophy have been terrible for modern writers. Are you a disliker of Aristotle, Tipo? Do you dislike his four causes? Do you dislike his argument from first motion? Or from motion and things like that? Which thing are you replying? Oh, Tallies is also agreeing. I should read Aristotle on stream. 8 the Timaeus, simple as. That's Plato. It is, yeah, it's a big book. It's a big book. It feels more like a reference thing. It feels more like a reference book than a thing you would attempt to read. Like if you were like, okay, I want to read like something about this, and then you would look up, okay, where does Aquinas talk about this? Unto theology and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Martin Heidegger, after reading Hölderlin. Oh no, the actual philosophers are talking, and now I feel out of depth. And a ruined philosophy for the next 2,000 years. Shut up, you materialist, son. Go, like, you don't even believe you have a conscience. What am I talking about? I don't know. I actually don't know what your religious beliefs are. But if you're like a materialist and you're like also a mechanist and you're like, oh, the brain is nothing but matter, you basically believe you don't have a personality. You don't have thoughts. Daniel Dennett, go away. I don't. What were they called? The husband and wife with their eliminative materialism. No, I have thoughts. I have things. I think about things. How can we know any more of a soul than a rock? The Churchlands. That's it, Claire. The Churchlands. That was it. That was their name. I knew it was something like that. I was like the church forts or something. In my head, I was like, what was it again? Too many sophisms and sort of weird equations when ideas are just ideas, not these sorts of mathematical propositions that they try to make them make. Heidegger thought basically all philosophy after Plato on a good day, or the pre-Socratics on a bad day, was problematic. At what point do you just go like, you know what, just philosophy in general is bad? Like at what point, like what even comes before the pre-Socratics? No, don't poke me. Don't poke me. No. Get away from me. Stop it. Ang. Heidegger was too angry with the world, it seems. I think I have. I think I have one of his books. I'll have to check later. I might be thinking of someone else. No, I think I don't have any Heidegger. Wait, do I? I don't know. I'll have to double check. Maybe somewhere hidden in the back. I think I might have been thinking of my book that I have with Kierkegaard. You've never read Aristotle's Metaphysics, but you think his logic system is robust, and its later development into symbolic logic has been proven to be so thoroughly truthful that it forms the backbone of modern society in the form of computers. #naked. Well, oh my god, it worked. It worked, Billy. It actually worked this time. I can't believe this. You can't see, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Billy, but it's actually worked. Wow. Wow, that's incredible. I didn't even know I had this type of toggle. That's crazy. That's great. Look at that. Oh, well, unfortunately, it was on a timer and it's stopped now. I'm sorry. It's like I have clothes back on. You guys missed it. Unfortunately, you guys missed it. But it actually worked at that time. But I think it's only going to work one time. Immediately tabbing back in the stream. Hold on, you EP. You made a mistake in your comment there. You think the overall is covered despite the fumble. I understand. His logic doesn't work for anything, but it is logical. Haru, this isn't like that type of ASMR stream. This isn't that type of ASMR stream. No, don't. Why am I getting? Wait, no. Are you saying you want to be? Wait, are you trying to punish me by making me say those things? I'm confused. No. Why does my reading streams keep deteriorating? I get like 2 pages. I get 2 pages done, and then this happens. You guys are so mean. Okay, fine. I feel like I already know. Okay, fine. What do you want me to call you? Or who is it for? Someone else? Is it for someone else? It could be for someone else. I kind of want to have that be a thing where like people can redeem those things for other people. You need to refine your technique. But like it already takes me like 20 minutes to try and say it once. Do Pip? Pip, what do you want to be called? Ruadh is a more popular reading streamer than you, but now he can't read as much as me. It's not fair. It's actually not fair. Like the more viewers I get, the less reading I get to do. The less reading, the more bullied I get, son. Don't get popular. It's not fun. That's why you need to reach modernity. People like Kant point out how these ways of thinking have ended up being negative. They create too many complications and further ideifications of things instead of going into any matter itself. You'll never know. He will reach Kant on his deathbed. He'll reach there. My little duck. You want to be called your little duckling? Aw, that's cute. Okay, Pip. You're even that's kind of hard. You are my little duckling. You're very, very cute and sweet, and you're adorable, and you're my little duckling. I like that. You guys should be more creative like that, rather than trying to make me say like bad girl, good girl, or like bad boy, good boy. You guys should do things like that. Little ducklings. I like ducks. Ducks are very cute, and ducklings are also very cute. What we were talking about? Ducks. I like ducks. Did you see was Silas, Caleb? Is this the Twilights that the young teenage girls be talking about? What's a Silas? What's a Caleb? Is Silas a new type of stylus? Is that like a new art thing for you art girlies? Is it like a cool art pen for your digital tablets? He hated how Aristotelianism onward turned being into a category. And he especially disliked how Aquinas turned God into being itself, because it ultimately makes God into nothing more than a self-caused cause. I mean, I get the arguments why people would call it that, in terms of, like, you know, they hear things like the first mover or prime mover, and they're like, well, no, he moves himself. But I don't know. I just like it's by the argument. If you accept the argument, obviously you can poke holes, especially in things like the kind of the first few premises from which everything else leads. But I just don't think that the arguments of, like, self-caused, or you know, that you need a mover to move the first mover are good objections, I guess. I just find them weak. Now I'm sure Kant. Wait, was it Kant, or was it who was it again that we were talking about? Oh god, I can't click back. I think it was Kant, maybe. Oh god, I'm getting lost in all the comments. This is what happens when you get popular too, son. You have too many people commenting, and especially when it's you, Tailies, and Tuppo having a whole, like, philosophic conversation while I'm being bullied by my other viewers. I'm like being dragged back and forth to pop in here and there. You think the whole turning God into blah blah perfect being is dumb? They're not describing what they think God is. They're redefining God to their best idea of the most perfect thing imaginable. Wouldn't you, in, like, son, you would assume that God would be such. God has to be love itself, else it wouldn't be God. It'd just be man with superpowers. Well, yeah, I agree with that. Like, it has to be. Like, I guess I take like, if you just have God as some kind of Greek pantheon, as just another thing with superpowers, sort of a superpowered human being, like God, a man in a cloud, it completely fails to understand monotheism. It was about Kant and Heidegger. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting my brain is getting confused. Thank you, D, for the hydrate, by the way. I need to have, like, a separate. I wish I could do, like, 2 separate chats right now, so I could, like. That's something actually that they should. I don't know if they have it, because I imagine there's, like, probably some kind type of mod chat, but there should be a thing where I can be like, I want 2 chats active at the same time, not from your guys' perspective, from my perspective. I have 2 chats active, and I can select which viewers I want to be able to see in each chat. So say there's a particular person that I'm, like, a big fan of, like, say Genzuki Tojiro was to suddenly join my stream and follow me, like, all of you guys would be muted, and only Genzuki would be allowed to chat. Only he would be allowed to talk, and none of you, I would ban all of you. Like, that's just what would happen. I'm sorry. I think D can understand me. Let me speak to him. No, he's mine. Get away from him. Get away from him, D. He's my viewer. D kicks down my door. Kicks down my forest fence and just starts wrestling with me to talk. But I feel like that could be a good thing where, like, say if you even had your mods and you wanted. Now, look, you probably have Discord mod chat or something open. But you could have multiple chats. You could have certain people that you always want to see. You always want to just keep an eye on their comments. And things like that. God Without Being has a couple chapters on the idol, actually. Wow. Fox, listen. You'll steal him and throw him to D. Don't you steal, Genzuki. Don't you dare. Time's up. Push-ups. Oh, fuck. Okay, alright. Push-ups time. you guys advanced the discussion like 20 minutes in. So I have no idea what's going on when I come back. Okay, well I try a different... No, I just want to do my push-ups. I was gonna go... Well, I try some kind of different push-up variation. No. I'm just gonna do the push-ups. I kind of dropped you guys a little hard there. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Okay. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you for the head pat, Haru. Or, no, Zan. It was Zan. I thought it was Haru. There we go. And thank you, Haru, for the push-ups as well. Hello, Zan. Now it's you. That's your hand. Thank you. Oh my god, Caleb does push-ups on the thing. What? I'm so confused. Who is this Caleb you speak of? You should hydrate too. That's a good idea. I'm out of water though. I'm out of water. I'm gonna go get water. These things must not be missed. I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair. Okay, fair. Okay, so give me a moment. You guys just like, I don't know, entertain yourselves. I got the water. Let's have a sip. I don't like that face, Haru. Don't post that in my chat again, please. That's a disturbing... I don't like that face. Entropy wins, you. I'm okay with that face. I'm okay with that face. That's not a bad face. You know, I was only thinking there as I walked away. This really isn't ASMR, I feel. The past, like, hour has not been ASMR. Or, like, almost hour. It's just not ASMR in the slightest. Eh? Why is my chat not updating? I can see on my stream that there's people talking. There we go. Okay. That should be working now again. The Greeks had idea about perfect beings, but they didn't even attempt to connect them with Zeus because they realized the futility of that. Well, yeah, Zeus again is a superpowered man, and they often, like, the Greek gods are often described as having, you know, their own little fights and foibles, and I like that word, by the way, foibles. Foible. Not even book reading, it's just chat reading. It really is, isn't it? It's almost like Zeus is a whore. Yes, Zeus is a whore. He really is. He really is. But like when you try and apply the divine characteristics or attributes to things like like the Greek pantheon or over things like that. Zeus is a superpowered man, but so is the god of the Bible. The connection between him and this notion of perfect being is fundamentally flawed. It's describing two separate things. I mean, sure, you can basically take the view that people like Plato and Aristotle and Aquinas, that they're arguing towards the same thing, but like there's specific definitions where Aquinas ultimately argues towards a Christian view is wrong in the specifics. But like, do you think that arguing that if God does exist, that he would have these perfect attributes is wrong? Or like, I'm confused by what your issue with perfect being, or what your issue with the idea of the perfection of being is in this situation. And nothing to do with Christianity. I don't know enough about like actual Christianity, I suppose, on a deep level to argue against that. I mean, I feel like much of the arguments of prime mover and perfect being and stuff are just natural arguments regarding a monotheistic God. But I'm sure there are obviously variances of that. You have the more personal God of William Craig and those lot. But I do know that like Aquinas has whole sections, now whether they're good sections or not and arguments or not, explaining why he goes for Christianity. You can argue that he's doing that because he's trying to just justify his own beliefs, but well, that's just normal. A philosopher tries to justify his beliefs. Wow, well, more shocking news at 11. But I guess like is your issue just kind of like with the fact that they're ascribed to the Christian God, or like do you have an issue with the idea of something divine having those divine attributes? Like, do you disagree with the concept of the divine attributes entirely in terms of a divine being, or You know, I feel like that's a bit too long to like just be sitting here waiting for a response from Son. When they speak of God of the Bible, okay, I can understand that because it is hard to like even when like there's whole sections I'm pretty sure of Aquinas and even just general descriptions of things, and it's like they're trying to put this tripartite, the Trinity basically, into kind of other forms of philosophy. It can get very murky. It can get very kind of confusing. They must speak of what sources we can draw from, and not things we've made up in our heads. Evidence as much as it is reasonable. Well, if you're arguing from a metaphysical entity, Son, you're not going to find physical evidence. Like, again, someone like Aquinas would argue that anything that the fact that we exist at all is evidence of that, from various arguments from first motion, from essence existence, from contingency, and of course these are all metaphysical claims that you're going to have, and they might kind of line up with certain things from the sciences. The Bible, generally, we have to accept these as those evidence. These as those we have to use to base our theories off of. Oh, okay. I think I kind of get what you mean. And hello, Wild Kitty. Hello, welcome in. I apologize. This is usually a comfy ASMR stream, but this is and thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. You're tired and you can't type anymore. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit confused. I'm getting tired myself too, I think. You're surprised we aren't talking about St. Anselm's ontological argument too, which Heidegger also hated. St. Anselm's, isn't that the one that goes basically, think of the greatest being you can in your mind, the greatest being. Now, look, this is going to be a very terrible hashed version of this, but think of the greatest being that you can in your mind. The greatest being would exist by virtue of, like, you know, thinking in all possible worlds, or I say by virtue of being perfect or whatever. You're going to mention Anselm, but I think that this isn't a cringe compilation. Eugen Nagasawa. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you. I'm gonna need you to send me on like all these names because I'm not gonna remember them. How are you? I'm pretty good, Kitty. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining. This is a bit of a messy stream right now, I must say. It's a little bit of a messy stream, but it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you. There's a good way to start. God is defined as a perfect being. This cannot be so flippantly accepted. Where do you get this ridiculous definition from? Well, often it comes from various, I guess, I don't want to use... It comes from certain attributes that you ascribe following on from certain arguments. So, oh god, I'm going to try and remember, because you can find a perfect being as a perfect being, and that's basically what they're doing. Oh, so you're saying that, like, God is perfect. God would be a perfect being, and God is perfection, therefore God is God? Is that kind of like the point you're making? That God is a perfect being? Well, from the perspective of, like, classical theology, I guess, it would be that God would have to have certain attributes to do what he does. If you accept things like first movement, for instance, and you come to the conclusion that yes, there is a perfect being. You can, there's a first mover. There is an unmoved mover. You can then follow on from this. Certain characteristics that being must have, and ultimately all of these characteristics are what the natural theologians will call God. Now they'll also throw in something extra. They'll throw in divine simplicity, which means that all of these attributes that we speak of God in this instance are actually just one thing looked at from different perspectives, and we're always speaking analogically about God, and that's where things can start hurting my brain, and I really struggle to understand. Not that God, you've heard Anselm's wording to Descartes, not that God is a perfect being, but God is a being greater than which cannot be conceived, exists in the understanding that is. We have a concept of a being, a greater. Hang on, I feel like either I might be reading this awkwardly or wrongly. A being, a greater. I feel like there's a word missing there. A being greater than which cannot be conceived, exists in the understanding that is. We have a concept of a being, a greater than which cannot be conceived. Oh yeah. I think I get what you're saying. That, like, if we can conceive of a being that is no, I like trying to explain it. I stumble over these things. But I'm just gonna try very quickly. Basically, you know, obviously a lot of it, like from Aquinas' perspective or Aquinas' position, a Thomas perspective, it obviously involves accepting a lot of Aristotelianism, the act potency distinction for one. And if you take the first mover and say you accept, you don't have to. You wrote a whole paper on Charles Hawthorne's defense of the argument. Okay, I'm just going to assume whatever you say is correct then in terms of wording. It's just awkward to read. It hurt brain hurty. But say you take the first mover argument. Okay, so you have this thing that is unmoved. That is an unmoved mover. Well, what does that actually mean? Well, we're going to use the actual term, and by actual what I mean is God is in this, or the being in this case is pure act. It is pure act. Now, there's certain characteristics that you can take from this. Do I remember all of the characteristics or all the attributes that you can ascribe it and how you argue down to that? No. But for instance, something that is pure act must be outside of time, because if it was outside of time, it would necessarily change in terms of, say, time, in terms of age. In terms of age, that would be a form of change. So it must be outside of time. It must also be one, because it is pure act. It has no potentialities, or sorry, not one. It has no potentialities. It cannot change. Must be outside of space and time. Must be outside of space because all matter appear. Sorry, there's certain ways of approaching it that trying to do it after a day of study and exam work and study and what is it, like 2 hours into a stream where I have been bullied and made to do push-ups is hurting my brain. To be found in analysing the consequence of a perfect being, but they are talking about a perfect being, not God, and we cannot say God equal perfect being until we know that God is indeed a perfect being, and we do not. I feel like that if there was a perfect being, that would entail it being God, though. Like, that would be just what we would call God. Which might be, I'm tired. You can save those for next stream. Or maybe I'll do it in a while, but it's actually just annoying at a certain point. Like, I don't mind having it, but like doing 90 plus push-ups it's just tiring. It's also awkward because I have to like get my microphone out. I have to untangle it. It's just awkward. I do apologize. Maybe I'll do it in a little bit. I'll do it in a little bit. I'm probably just tired after today. It was a busy day. It was a busy day. So it might be that. During the first few months of undergrad, we did this argument in Intro to Logic. You think the point was that it was logically unsound? It depends. There's certain, like, especially if it's formulated incorrectly. If the first mover argument is formulated wrongly, where it says, like, if it says something like, everything in motion is put in motion by another, like, that is logically unsound because that just automatically forms an infinite regress. Because of course, if you get to a first mover, then you just ask, well, if everything is moved by something else, is moved by something outside of it, then, you know, you just ask, well, what moves the first mover? When the argument should be something along the lines of everything that is put in motion by another, and ultimately you come to a first mover that is unmoved, that is pure act in that sense. But we're dealing with the metaphysical, so you don't know that comparison stands. Oh, the skyscrapers thing that Son's talking about, it's infinite, so we start theorizing about this infinite building. We go down the rabbit hole. However, we have not properly established the building is genuinely infinite, and yeah, so we're not describing a completely different building. But sorry, so again, Son, I guess my response to this thing in terms of like, why would we say that God is an infinite being from the perspective of the classical theologian? Maybe Tallies, you might correct me on this. The way it goes is it would basically go that they would start from a certain premise, and they would work logically until they get to something like the unmoved mover, uncaused cause, essence, something whose essence is its existence, or whatever way you want to go about it. And then from that, they would go on to show why this thing would have to have certain attributes, such as being timeless, such as being immaterial, such as being eternal, such as being one, such as being simple. And then they would go through all of these steps. And obviously, you can disagree at any point. Probably your best chance is in the very beginning of the arguments, when they try and show essence existence or pure cause or whatever. Something like the principle of rationality or something, or of causality or proportionate causality. If you attack those and you argue against those, that's probably like the parts that are probably most discussed against. But I feel like once you get past those, if you get down to an unmoved mover, you're pretty much home and away. And you get down to this being that like is being, is existence, is all of these things. And like, you would probably call that God. Deus caritas e. I actually am not familiar with that. Caritas. Deus, like obviously Deus is God. Let me type that in. Deus. Hello, LEVT. Welcome in, welcome in. Or God is charity? Ah, okay. I'm not familiar. I don't speak Latin. God is love or God is charity, whichever translation you prefer. I have seen that pop up quite a few times in terms of love, and I guess it's sort of like it's a big part of even Neoplatonic. They go down that route as well, don't they? In terms of like, you know, it has a big part to do with the overflowing nature, and then wanting to return to that nature. If you can make the argument that chaotic nature of the universe is evidence against the notion of perfection, if you imagine all of being complete being in total perfection, how can imperfection ever exist? Surely should all just be completely one unity. Well, that gets into basically the overflowing, just kind of what I was talking about there, I guess, the overflowing nature and the creative action of, I guess, what God would be, asserts it loudly, end up culminating in that rather quietly. Oh, Heidegger's thought. I see. While Marian asserts it loudly. I'll have to learn a little bit more about Heidegger and this Marian. I mean that kind of sounds like completely one unity. That sounds like you're going into like Parmenides kind of territory. All is one. Or a kind of what would you call it? Panpsychist? Is that the right word? Oh, no. The is and the is not. Yeah. Pretty much, like, you know, just things either are and they are not. Oh God, when I remember listening to you read the Parmenides, and I had not read it, Tailies, and I was listening to him read it, and I was sitting there and I was kind of following it, and then it starts getting into like all these different things, like where it's just like the same words just strung together in like 60 different ways, and my brain starts to hurt. It started to hurt a lot. Thank you, Haru, for the hydrate, by the way. When you drop 10 balls into a pit and watch them bounce around, and their trajectories quickly become chaotic and unpredictable, even though you started with them all evenly spaced. However, it's not because they naturally fall, it's because you didn't actually arrange them evidently from the start. What if they were perfectly arranged? How would chaos ever appear? What does Thomas Clark talk about again? I believe Thomas Clark, kind of from a Thomistic perspective, said that chance, like, I mean, I guess if you take a materialistic lens, I guess you could lean into the probabilisticness of oh god, string theory, things like that, like the quantum realm, where you talk about probabilism. But like if you dedicate yourself to a mechanistic viewpoint of the world, like you basically argue the same thing. You argue that there is no such thing as chaos. Probability, schmobability, 0 plus 0 will always be 0. But no, what I'm saying is that if you take like a mechanistic view of the world, you basically argue that there is no chaos, that things will act as they act. Things will occur. Given a certain state, things will just occur. Which again is why I kind of just reject such a thing, because I think especially if you take the viewpoint of the brain being, well, like the brain obviously is matter, but like if you take consciousness, I cannot pronounce that word today, Jesus, conscience as being mechanistic and being solely dependent upon matter, and arising out of matter, not even arising out of, just being another thing that is matter. You basically do away with your personality, your thoughts, your like everything that is you. I don't know. You know what? I want to go back to my readings. My brain is starting to hurt. That's indeed the basis that you view it from. It's hello, mama. Hello. Hello, hello, how are you? Thank you. This is way better. Rather than my brain being turned to mush trying to keep up with like 5 different points. Thank you. And thank you, Haru, for the headpats. Sorry to interrupt, please continue. I'm trying to like discuss things brain hurty. I need the headpats. I need the headpats. Thank you. But yeah, I guess that's indeed the basis that you view it from. But like when you say I, what do you mean? Like that was something funny that actually kind of happened to me. I was talking to a few of my friends, and I basically was like, "Do you guys believe that the brain is material, or like, not the brain, but like conscience is material?" And like all like kind of just general, very much the same discussion that we were having. And they were like, "Yeah, like basically eliminated materialism." And I was like, "But you don't actually believe that, do you? There's no you believing this. There's no thoughts that you're having. You don't actually believe that." But like, you know, it is obviously then you don't understand it well, but you've heard that an inherent problem is the fact that we are attempting to describe reality using words and numbers, and these words and numbers allow us to make illegal moves, things that cannot actually happen in reality, but they can happen in words and numbers. Well, numbers are just logic. Okay, you know what? My brain's getting destroyed. Let me go back to my reading. Let me go back to my readings, please. Thank you, Zen, for the headpats. I realize actually I'm coming close to like 450 followers, and like if things keep going the rate they're going, you're ready to continue. I don't know if you're ready to continue the conversation or me reading. Brain hurt. More reading required. Yeah, I just need to sit down and rock back and forth for a little bit. The reading, thank you. I will take that as my point to go. Are we going to get into philosophical investigations now? This has been I like someone coming in being like, "You guys haven't even been talking about anything for the past, like, you've just been rambling." Maybe you guys have been having that philosophical investigations. I've just been trying to keep up. Hang on, my phone is nearly dead. It's been one for 45 minutes. It literally has, punctuated by the odd push-ups. Which, you know what, let's do them real quick. I have to get up anyway, because I have to get, like, I have to charge my phone. My tracking device. Oh, I bumped into my piano on you. It's okay, though. It's currently balancing the massive Suma. Okay, let's do a quick set of push-ups. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30. Okay. All right. There we go. Let me sit down. It's not too bad, actually. Kind of playing it up a little bit. Maybe not. It's actually kind of hitting me now. Okay, let me charge my phone. Drink before you read too. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, Haru. I was wondering why I was getting so warm. Besides the fact that I was doing 120 push-ups today during this stream. And it's because the window was closed. It's a pretty poor idea. Let me have a sip. Brain overheating. That's why you're hot. I'm hot? Thank you. Okay. That too, I Okay, that got me. You broke the Gott scale, and Descartes would disagree, though. Well, yeah, that's pretty much the... You know, that's a perfect segue, Tallies, back into our book, which is basically the discussion of how the nominalist perception of God as all-powerful, as his primary attribute. Let me get back into the book. Oh, you broke the hot scale? Ah, I see, I see. Oh, yes, there was a book. There is indeed a book. There is indeed a book. I was like, oh man, there's only like 20 pages in this book today. Maybe I'll be able, or in the chapter, maybe I'll be able to finish a chapter. Good fucking luck. No, I have a lot of fun when the streams become like that. They're a lot of fun. It was happening for a while. We got like a good 10 pages in, I think. Where have we ended here? There's that bit about Elizabeth. Ah, here we are. Descartes did not expect an immediate revolutionary change in the order of things, but he certainly thought that the European world would be transformed in the long run by the adoption and gradual application of his science. In the discourse, he claims that he only seeks to reform himself. If this were the case, however, he would have no need to publish his work. In fact, he expects others to imitate his model and undertake a thorough examination. The crucial question, of course, is what he imagines the consequence of such self-examination will be. Montaigne had made a similar appeal in his essays, and he seems to have believed that the result would be a flowering of human multiplicity, because he did not believe that any two humans would ever reason alike. This was the inevitable conclusion of a humanism that began with the notion of human individuality in Petrarch, and developed this notion to its conclusion in the Promethean individualism of Pico and others. Descartes, by contrast, was convinced that anyone who is freed from the prejudices of the world and uses his good sense will arrive at exactly the same conclusions as he did. Both the method and the path of doubt led to the same goal. Descartes thus hopes to transform European society, not as a whole all at once from above, but from within, one person at a time. Moreover, as we will see, it is crucial that each individual follow Descartes' path on his own, for the truth of Cartesian science can only be known through personal experience. The fundamental principle and foundation of Descartes' science is cogito ergo sum. This is the thought that he believed everyone, or nearly everyone, could experience, if only they followed the path he laid out. This is the basis of all Cartesian wisdom, and the Archimedean point on which he believed humanity can stand to move the world. This principle, however, can only be understood if we understand Descartes' transformation of metaphysics. But I should go to bed now. It's nearly 1 a.m. and I think Ruadh has become tired of your chicanery. I've become tired of your chicanery. Son. Why would you use that word, son? I now have to. God damn it. I have to. I'm not crazy. I know he swapped those streams. I knew it was 1216, one after Magna Carta. As if I could ever make such a mistake. Never. I just couldn't prove it. He covered his tracks. He got that idiot at the Discord to lie for him. You think this is something? You think this is bad? This chicanery? Son's done worse. That raid? That raid? Are you telling me a man just happens to raid into a stream like that? No, he orchestrated it. Son, Albionus. He defecated through a sunroof. Through a sunroof? I was saying, if you guys haven't seen, I just did that without any explanation. If you guys haven't seen, you're missing out on something. You really are. Oh, if you guys haven't seen the show Better Call Saul, no, one of you guys had to have watched it. The prequel and sort of sequel to Breaking Bad. Yeah, the chicanery scene. Slippin' Jimmy. The court case. I'm not crazy, guys. I promise. I just realized this is ASMR. This is not ASMR. Like, this is actually just not correctly categorized right now. You haven't seen it, alas. Oh. It's genuinely a fantastic scene, Tallies, and I would recommend anyone watch it. I think it's more I'm just very tired. I am very it's been a long day. I had to be up at I'd be up quite early, and then I was studying hard, and then I had an exam. And then I had more study to do. So it's been a little bit long. You liked Better Call Saul better than Breaking Bad. I think in general, I preferred it as well. I feel one thing that I noticed was just how well shot it was. Like Breaking Bad always looked great, but there was scenes in Better Call Saul that just looked fantastic. You hope the exam went well. I won't find out for another little while. But I feel like it went really, really well. I was very happy with how it went. It was so beautiful. You know what? It's such a small thing. But you know what I always remember? I think it's the part where Jimmy and Kim are pulling off their kind of like big, scam against the other lawyer. I'm going to try and not spoil things. Against the other lawyer, and Jimmy is in that lawyer's car and he's driving around, and I think something goes wrong, so he has to fix something. So he drives along, he stops the car, he opens the door, and the camera swings open with the door to point you at the thing that Jimmy runs back to fix. He fixes it, he runs back, he gets back into the car, he closes the door, the camera swings back around to him in the car as he closes the door, and he drives off. It's just so good. It's just one of those, it's such a small little scene, but I remember pausing it and rewatching it and being like, oh my god, that is so good looking. They took everything they learned from Breaking Bad and turned it up to 10,000. Yeah, they really did. They really did. Okay. So, let me see. Maybe a sip of water. Descartes' reformulation of metaphysics. There has been considerable debate over the last 100 years about Descartes' originality, almost all of it bound up with a debate about the origin and nature of modernity. The traditional view of Descartes growing out of the Enlightenment was perhaps best summarized by Hegel, who claimed in his History of Philosophy that when we come to Descartes, we come home to ourselves, out of otherness, home to subjectivity. Thank you, Tallies, for the head pat. Modernity is thus understood as the consequence of the Reformation and the development of human inwardness. Beginning at the end of the 19th century, a number of scholars, often neo-Thomist, in inclination and oh my god, I cannot pronounce words. Hello, Gusto. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see you. Antipedic. Hang on, let me look up this. Have you guys noticed that I'm struggling saying certain words more than usual? Antipathetic. There we go. Antipathetic. Ugh. Words we cannot today. Yeah. I'm probably gonna sound like Yoda by the end of things. Often Neo-Thomas in inclination and antipathetic to modernity and Descartes tried to show that Descartes' thought was not as original as he had contended, by showing the many ways in which he drew upon scholasticism. Descartes, in their view, concealed the medieval foundations of his new structure, building a mechanic's workshop on a cathedral's foundation. Martin Heidegger and a number of later postmodernist thinkers argued by contrast that while there were certainly medieval echoes in Descartes' thought, it was essentially modern because it had the doctrine of subjectivity at its foundation. However, in contrast to the earlier tradition that culminated in Hegel, they insisted that this Cartesian turn to subjectivity was not the moment of humanity's homecoming, but the moment of its most profound alienation, the beginning of its world midnight. Since the 1980s, a new view of Descartes has begun to emerge, though. Dobby. Heidegger mentioned. Thales is like that GIF where he snaps the screen and he points at the TV. You have returned. Welcome back, Haley. Hello, hello. Descartes is often described as one of the first to attack Aristotelianism. This view, however, is mistaken. As we have seen, the attack on Aristotelianism had already begun in the 13th century. The Aristotelianism of Descartes' time was in fact a Neo-Aristotelianism, actually a Neo-Thomism that was developed in the Counter-Reformation, particularly by Suarez. Ontologically, it was closer to nominalism than it was to Thomism itself. It is true that Descartes rejected the scholastics or Aristotelian idea of substantial forms, but had many of his predecessors. He also clearly accepted the basic nominalistic premise that God created the world because he wanted to, and not because he was determined to do so by some antecedent reason or necessity. Thus, in contrast to scholasticism, he did not believe that the eternal truths of reason guided God in the creation of the world. While Descartes accepted this basic nominalistic idea, he did not build his new science on a nominalistic foundation. Instead, he formulated a basic principle of his own that was fundamentally at odds with nominalism. You have snackies? Ooh, what kind of snackies do you have? What kind of snackies do you have, Haley? I agree with Haru. I want to know the snackies. The goal of Descartes' scientific project was to make man master and possessor of nature, and in this way to prolong human life, perhaps infinitely, to eliminate want and to provide security. He thus had a decidedly this-worldly goal. His science seeks to employ theory in the service of practice, and to ground all thinking and action in certainty. The aim of this thinking is thus not contemplation, but action and production, turning the world to human use. The key to such a science for Descartes is certainty. Hello, the best Danny boy. I like that name. Hello, the best Danny boy. What type, and can you get some? I'm sure you can get some, Pip. Thank you, Haru, by the way, for welcoming everyone, giving little waves. It's very appreciated. By certainty, however, Descartes does not mean the certainty of perception, but the certainty of judgment. He explains this in the rules. All knowledge is certain and evident cognition. Someone who has doubts about many things is no wiser than one who has never given them a thought. Indeed, he appears less wise if he has formed a false opinion about any of them. Hence it is better never to study at all than to occupy ourselves with objects which are so difficult that we are unable to distinguish what is true from what is false. Don't study, don't learn, kids. Descartes himself said this. Don't go to school. And are forced to take the doubtful as certain. For in such matters, the risk of diminishing our knowledge is greater than our hope of increasing it. So, in accordance with this rule, 2. We reject all such merely probable cognition, and resolve to believe only what is perfectly known and incapable of being doubted. You can't read. It's a good. I see why you come to my reading streams. Then maybe the picture of the chocolate thing you sent earlier made you want chocolate. You had to make brownies. Ooh, tasty. The chocolate thing earlier was chocolate biscuit cake. So it's literally broken up pieces of biscuits, and also some Maltesers, with melted lint Lindt is like a type of chocolate, is like a Belgian brand. 50% was the percentage of the chocolate. You haven't had that in so long. Which, like Maltesers or chocolate biscuit cake? Melted Lindt? No, not Lindt. There's a D in there. There's a D in there. It's Lindt. Distinctly different. See, when you add the D, things get better. You add digestives to your shopping list because of you. Make sure they're like the... Oh no, I don't know what the Australian brands are. Lindt is so good. It really is. Digestives go great with tea. With tea, D. I expect to see D be drinking tea. Yeah. You think you have the same ones. There's also rich teas. They are not good. Do not get the rich teas. They are a poor man's digestives. If you should also look out for the chocolate digestives. They're very chocolatey. It's the dark chocolate digestives. Dark chocolate digestives, D. Get the dark... Exactly, Gusto. Gusto knows what I'm talking about. They are the bomb. You love the dark chalky ones? Yes. Yes. Those are the best ones. They melt all over your hands. You know what I used to do, you guys? I'm not going to get to read. Do you know Jaffa Cakes? I don't know why I did this. I think I was just a dumb... Back when I was in the Sheed Mounds as a young boy, we had Jaffa Cakes. We had our versions of Jaffa Cakes. But when I was having tea, for some reason, I guess I just liked the chocolate taste. Just the chocolatey taste. I would take the digestive and I would put it against the chocolate part. I would put it up against the side of my teacup, and it would like melt the chocolate onto the teacup and also melt the chocolate just like on the jam. Then I would eat the Jaffa Cake, and then I would like use my finger to pick up the melted chocolate, and I would lick the melted chocolate. Sometimes I would lick the melted chocolate right off of the hot teacup, and one time I burnt my tongue, and I think I stopped doing that because I realized that was dumb. I was a baby. I was a young boy. I was silly. We all have developed weird ways of eating food. Like, do you guys know, sometimes when I'm eating like a ham and cheese sandwich, I'll eat one like when it's cut in two, I'll eat one part like just normally. But sometimes what I'll do is I will basically take it apart. I will take apart the sandwich. I will take the bread, I'll wrap it up and eat it. I'll take off the ham, I'll eat that. And then I'll roll up. Do you guys... I think I got this idea of I roll up the cheesy part of the cheesy bread into like this kind of just roll, and then I eat the cheesy bread. It's really good. But I think I got that. You eat it like an Oreo cookie? I guess so, kinda, yeah. That's a good way to describe it. I think I got the idea from a Simpsons episode where Homer's hanging out with Ned Flanders, and he shows him how to roll up a pizza to eat it in like one gulp or something. And I think I just did that with a sandwich once, and I just do it ever since. You're still silly, Gusto. I'm also silly. And thank you, Crespian. And hello, Crespian. Coca addicted baby. I love chocolate. Crespian, you tried to kill me. That water went down the wrong way. You killed me. How could you do that to me? Thank you, D. You always sneak a slice of ham to eat on its own when you're making a sandwich. Oh, D. D. I also sneak a slice of ham. Or you cut an extra slice of cheese if you're cutting cheese that way. No, don't poke me in the face. It isn't your fault. The stretch redeem is on cooldown. I should have stretched my throat so that I could swallow water better. Name pronunciation. Okay. My name is Ruadh Quilta. Ruadh Quilta. One day someone's gonna no, hang on, that's breaking immersion. I shouldn't say that. He's dying. I don't know how violent those coughs look. They felt violent. You'll bury me? Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you, Haru. And then bite right in the middle of it to make a circle. It's the tax. You gotta get an extra bit. Yeah, I hate when... It doesn't always happen, but when you swallow water the wrong way. And like there's like... It's like... There's like an atom of water between your throat and like the pipe that goes down into your lungs. But it's the most irritating thing, and it's like trapped there. And you just have to cough for ages to try and get it up. I actually find... I don't know what it is. I guess maybe it's like the water... Like, I find drinking can sometimes get it out, because I guess the water, like, catches it, or, like, larynx. Yeah, like, I guess it's just stuck in your throat. Like, it's stuck, like, just... It's like a tiny speck of water. It feels like it's stuck in the folds of your throat. And you're just, like, coughing, trying to get it out. That last little bit. Seems to not have happened this time, though, so that's good. That's a good thing, at least. Hang on, I'm just stretching my shoulder. There we go. There we go. Descartes thus concludes that the aim of our study should be to direct the mind with a view to forming true and sound judgments about whatever comes before it. Such judgments are the antidote to presumption and the foundation of science. Judging from Descartes is affirming or denying. Judging for Descartes is affirming or denying that something is the case, that is, that two things belong or do not belong together. We err when we are deceived by our senses or our imagination, or when we become entangled in mere words. The basis of true knowledge is thus the basis of true judgment and thus true knowledge is the certainty of intuition, which is, quote, the indubitable conception of a clear and attentive mind which proceeds solely from the light of reason. Thank you, Brody 2 Point, for the follow. Welcome in, come in. This does not mean that Descartes eschews deduction. Indeed, because intuition depends on the immediacy of mental vision, the number of axioms it can produce is relatively small. To comprehend more complicated and extended matters requires connecting judgments together. Therefore, deduction is a necessary supplement to intuition. Even with deduction, however, it is difficult to attain certainty in long chains of reasoning. In this case, it is necessary to employ enumeration to minimize errors. The goal of any chain of reasoning, however, is to grasp the entirety of the chain through constant repetition in a single vision. You saying that made you straighten your back? Yeah, whenever someone redeems a stretch redeem, I also kind of correct my posture. You can't straight back, you have bad shrimp. It's the, oh no, the shrimp back. Like D's isn't your I said D like 50 times there. D, isn't your stretch redeem called a D shrimp? I like that. That's always funny. You are D. No. Don't bully. I just, my brain is like stuttering. Listen, right now, my brain is like a record, but it's one of those records with a lot of scratches on it, so it just keeps stuttering. You know, it's not moving. It's probably a bad idea to have like a sharp point going over my brain, but it's how the words get out. I really just got stuck on D though. I feel like I repeated that about 10 times. I think what it was is like I was trying to say, I kept getting caught between talking about you, D, and then talking at you. Like I was like, I was talking. Oh yeah, D does this, and then I was like, no wait, I should talk to D because she's in chat. But then like she also does it this way. But wait, no, and I like my brain, its wires got crossed. Ugh. You were watching the slow mental deterioration of Rua on stream. But yeah, she has a thing called D shrimp. That's the whole point of what I was trying to make, and it's very funny. And I like it. Whenever I see something with the word, like the word D, like destroy demon. Obviously, her name is Demon, but you know, no, oh, that fox, you got a direct poke on the nose there. That was like as direct as you could get. That was right on the point. Right on the tippy tip. Right on the nostril. No, not on the nostril, like on the tip of the nose. Because if it's in the nostril, it's in the nostril. It's not on the nostril. It's going to get all sticky. You have no idea why, but you look and sound exactly like your friend for some reason. Huh? Oh no. Uh-oh. The real Rua. I'm just a faker. Some guy is gonna show up. He's gonna have inhibitor rings. He's gonna have a gun, because for some reason they gave Gun a shadow one time. They gave... What is wrong with my brain? Oh. Oh my god. He's Nick losing it. Da 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 da. He's losing it. Hello, antenna to heaven. I like. Oh my fucking god. Hey, Ruadh. Hi, Fox. You wonder how that would escalate. Did you just say Shadow with a gun? Well, yeah, they gave Shadow a gun, but I said gun. They gave Shun a gun. They gave Shun. Oh my god, I can't speak. I said they gave Gun a shadow, apparently. I guess they were some artists and they gave a gun a shadow. They just gave it a little detailing. You okay? Did your brain? It feels... They gave Gun a shadow. Hell, that's the dumbest thing I've ever said. I'm sorry, it's been a long night. That is my brain. That is my brain. Let me try and figure out. He's losing it. But yeah, I was trying to say that some guy with like blue hair and inhibitor rings is gonna show up and be like, you're a faker. And he's gonna have a gun for some reason rather than a sword. That's what I was trying to make a joke, and my brain just deteriorated. The distant cackling. You guys don't... I actually, like, I put my head in my hands, and I lost it. So nice to hear you laughing and having fun. Thank you, and Antenna. It's more being just, I don't know, American Rua. Wait, why am I American? Why am I losing Rua? What would a McRua be? What would a McRua be made of? I mean, it would have to be a breast and a bun. It would have to be a breast and a bun. Some kind of breast and a bun, I'm just saying. Gun instead of swords. Famous last words before being shot 54 times. I'll bring a sword to a gunfight. Doesn't mean I'm gonna win it. I'll do it. No, don't lick me. Don't lick me. I hate the face too. It looks like he's enjoying it. Why would you imagine him with a gun? Because they gave Shadow a gun. For some reason. So the Mikarua would have to have... The Mikarua would have to be a breast and a bun. I feel like it would have to be spicy, because I kind of like spicy food. I like spicy stuff. You scare me sometimes. Breast in a bun, what? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, is there anything special to the breast in a bun, other than, like, having spicy sauce? Maybe I could, like, I don't know. There'd be some spicy thing on it anyway. Something spicy. Ugh. I like that emote. But welcome in everyone who's new. It's nice to meet you guys. My name is Ruadh. I may like die tomorrow from how destroyed my brain is. Let me have a sip of water and I might try and get back into the reading and have things be kind of comfy. Welcome. His name is Ua Quilt. No, don't be mean. No, don't lick Pip too. Although the way that's looking, that one's just licking the other one's forehead. Tasty forehead sweat. You forgot that you were even reading? I think I've forgotten that I was reading. We got carried off by Shadow with a gun. Gun with a shadow, my beloved. We're reading. Supposedly, according to the stream. Apparently this is also an ASMR stream. I don't know. We're reading chat. That's what it is. What are you reading? Theological Origins. It's a okay. How do I explain this? I have like a 2.5 hour video where I go through like a PowerPoint slide explaining the premise of this book. I did that as a stream, but to make a very basic explanation, the author argues that all of modernity, the modern world, and our way of viewing things, can be traced back to an argument that occurs within the church, the Catholic Church, during the High Middle Ages, between what were called the realists, those who believed in universals, which are sort of things like attributes, versus those who didn't believe in universals. They were called the nominalists, and those positions lead to very different understandings of the world. And really, it's the kind of the modern world, in his view, is sort of the outcome of the nominalist revolution. Shadow shooting gun. We shouldn't do a make Ruru laugh stream. Do you guys want to do a you laugh you lose stream, or like a reaction stream? Oh hell yeah! I can make it where like every second costs €1, and you guys have to give me a load of money, like all the big streamers do. Then I can be rich. Oh, that's probably mean though. Make him react to rugby tackles. That would be a pretty good one. All I know though, Haru, is that you would just send in the same clip of the guy's ass over and over. Do you get a share as my maid? Sure. Damn, you know what? Maybe you know what? Maybe I'll do that sometime. Maybe I will do that. Oh, did you get auto-modded again? Hang on, I might actually be able to see this one. I will allow that. Oh my god, ads, no. Fuck you, ads. I've not turned off ads this whole time. I just realized there was 3 hours of ads. Well, there was 9 minutes of ads this stream. I apologize to anyone who got caught by them. Zoom in the ads. Rip ads. Oh my hot ads. What? I'm sorry, everyone. Hang on, I'm gonna put it into chat. I'm sorry about the ads. If you're getting them, I suppose. You're still here. How instead of watching you read jokes from chat, because some of us might make goofy jokes, the chat just are goofy little guys. You just are kind of goofy. Still here, excellent. You might randomly get hit by it. I don't know, but yeah, I could do something where you guys send in videos and I react to them. I don't have like the system set up to do it whereby, you know, the streamers who do reaction streams do it where like people will just, it'll just work. But I could do it by like, I don't know, maybe there's like I'd make like a clips channel in the Discord or something, and I can then just have a source be just the picture. It could be funny. How did you decide to read that book? I've actually read this book before, Antenna. It's one of my favorite books. I think it's one of the best books I've written in. I've written this. I've read, in terms of taking a philosophical point so long ago and tracing its development through philosophy and through its impact in the modern world. It's really good. You mean to us? I don't know. I just read books that I find interesting. Really. I've read various different kind of books on stream before. A lot of them being philosophy or history or mythology. You would love to do a laugh you lose. It would be so fun. I bet I would do really well. I bet you guys couldn't even make me laugh once. Will you ever read a fanfic to us? I read Dee's fanfiction before. I read Dee's fanfic. You should read Descartes himself. He has quite a funny way with words. I think I remember hearing that. I think I remember hearing that Descartes was quite good with the pen. Why did the crab cross the road? It didn't. It used the sidewalk. I didn't laugh. That wasn't a laugh. That was me clearing my throat. There's still some water stuck there from Crespian nearly trying to kill me with a hydrate redeem. But yeah, I could do something like that. That would be fun. And then, what if I did a thing as well where it was like every time, I don't want to do every time I laugh because that could be really bad. If I get into a giddy mood, everything is going to destroy me. Because even the silliest things will get me to giggle. Rating food stream. You love food. I am also a fan of food. I would be concerned if there was someone who was not a fan of food. They just eat things because like it keeps them alive. That would be strange. Well, actually, no, wait. That's Sun. That is Sun. Like Sun. No, you know what? That's not even Sun. Sun loves his cheeseburgers. If there's one food that Sun loves, it is his cheeseburgers. You know people like that? Are they robots? But yeah, I could do like something where like every time I laugh, or maybe every time I laugh X number of times. Welcome in, E boys, Batwater. I don't take bats. I'm sorry. I'm not an e-boy either. I'm not an e-boy. You just laughed. No, that's later in the stream. That's later. That's more of a stream idea. I haven't perfected it yet. Stanky Ruadh. No, I take showers. I don't take baths. I haven't taken a bath in a while. I remember one time I tried one of those like, it was like a jelly bath. You like put a thing into the water and it was meant to turn like all the water kind of like jelly. It did not work. It just made like a bunch of little things. Yeah, it was fun. It looked cool. It did not work. It was very sad. Sounds sticky. I'm sure it would have been. I don't know. Honestly, nightmare probably. If it actually worked, I imagine I just got like stuck in the bath in the jelly. I'm just like, someone grab a spoon. VTuber boy jelly. Would you guys eat the VTuber jelly? No, wait, don't answer that question. Don't answer that question. Damn it. You would not eat it though. Okay. Mama, listen. Mama, listen. There's an explanation for what I just said. I'm not. No, my. You. No, don't punish me. Don't like get the belt. Please don't get the belt. I'll be good. He's selling his jelly. I'm gonna faint, dude. Me too. My used to be friend said eating is boring and he wouldn't eat if he didn't need to. What a freak. That guy is a freak. There's a reason he is a used to be friend. Are you tired? Mama supports the hustle. Supportive mama. I will have to assist you in your hustle soon too by I need to get on to you about I think you said end of January you might be a little bit less busy for things, for model stuff. In Australia, water is $3. In the UK, it's $2. If you tried to get it for cheaper, it would be shoplifting. Oh yeah, tree. Oh yeah, I was like, wait, Australians use dollars? But I remember there's the Australian dollar. But yeah, the jelly thing did not work. It did not work very well. It just made like a bunch of. Again, I was very young. Listen, the Sheed Mounds had some interesting items. You can never unsee John Lee eyes. Love the eyes, mama. Yeah, Haru mentions this like I want to say every third stream, maybe every fourth stream. She's like, I get close to the camera, to you guys, and she's like, Zhong Li eyes. She loves that, man. Dollary-do. $500 dollary-doos. You're gonna write the whole Slim Shady? I would prefer you not to. I will time you out if you do. I would prefer not to have spam in my chat, thank you. Zhongli was the reason you played Genshin. I think literally the reason I have these eyes is you, Crespi, and you're undressing me. Cease. I think the reason you... See, the thing is, Brody... Well, oh. Okay, thank you. It was a little bit cold. Thing is, Brody, if you posted, like, the first few lyrics, I might, like, sing a little bit of it. What I can remember. But if I remember correctly, 700 words, you can't be bothered. I think you posted a drawing of Zhang Li, and I was like, oh, you know that drawing you did of that guy? He looked pretty cool. Can you do my eyes like him? And I get this feeling from how like Haru reacted that you probably just went, okay. Like you just got very happy. You were like, okay, I know exactly what to do now. So it was good timing. Good timing. Oh, it's Bob Ross. Why is Bob Ross being in my channel? I like Bob Ross. Actually, yeah, you know what? We're talking about artists. Low-key need Ruadh on Zhongli's statue outfit. What does that mean? I'm concerned. Artists. I'm going to type in Zhongli statue outfit, and I swear to God, Zhang Li, okay. Statue outfit. Is this gonna bring up what I need? That's so there's this kind of like black and orangey image. Is that the one? Is that the one that I'm looking at? Bob Ross is an amazing artist. He's pretty cool. Hang on, let me get the image. Is it this one? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Where is it? Where is it? Oh. Oh my god, everything's going wrong right now. Is it this one? Why is my top off? Huh? What's going on with my... Oh, the toggles are all over the place right now. Hang on. There we go. There we go. I got very confused. Is it this one? Is this the image you're talking about? Is this how you guys want to see me? When's my birthday? September. September the 8th. That guy's very strong looking. He has a big chest, good abs. September, hold on. Or the museum cola. Are you guys you just gonna start putting me in everything Zhongli? He's a god. You mean okay? That makes sense. That makes sense. Tapping back in again. I like to imagine that's what like half of my viewers are doing. They're just like half listening, and then they hear like guy, like man naked, and they're like, okay, in again. Then they leave again. You should see the museum out collab. Fine, I'll look this up. I'll look this up. Zhongli Museum collab. Outfit. Ooh. Elegant, cultural, and creative box gift. That's a long name. I like the look of that, though. It's very nice. He's quite a handsome man, isn't he? Show them. It is a museum. I don't know. It's hot. I mean, it looks... I may not be looking at the right thing, I'm going to be honest. Like, it just looked like a kind of normal outfit, I guess. He really is that old grandpa. Oh my god. I might be... Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. I don't know. Don't call me an old man. Don't call me a grandpa. I'm not a grandpa. I'm not like Nagio. I'm not old yet. Why does moon rock taste better than earth rock? It's a little meteor. That's cute. Sorry, a moment. Please. Okay. Let me try and find it again. Museum collab outfit. Is that what it's called? It is pretty cool. I do like it. Hang on, let me grab it. How do I explain having all of these images of this man on my computer? This one. Is this the one? Is this the guy down here? You don't? Yes. I do think that's really cool. I do like the shoulders on it. I like all the designs on it. Handsome man. Well, I assume viewers of me are fans of handsome men. Just looking at them, maybe not hearing us talk. Maybe you guys just have me muted and you're just guessing what I'm talking about. What did the bison say to his son when he left the ranch? Bye, son. Okay, I like that one. They never topped him, I fear. Okay. You would spend all your money if they make that a skin. Maybe I should consider a like alternative outfit. Maybe that's the next big thing I can look towards. I need to actually like put... I've just been busy. I've been busy with stuff. But I got my Christmas bonus and I can put some stuff towards maybe I get like an animated... I don't know if I want to go for animation is a lot. But maybe some kind of like starting soon screen that's kind of more personalized to a starting screen. Do you get a Christmas bonus? You get a new mop is what you get as a maid. You would top him. Yeah, I'm not surprised. A new mop. Yep. And you know what? I'll even throw in a new squeegee. I'll throw in a ShamWow too. I'm really spending out on you, Haru, as I made a new ShamWow. I saw one of those guys doing their thing before. I don't think it was the Sham. Actually, it might have been the ShamWow. Or it might have been like another version of it. But I got to see one in person. And I was like, oh my god, this guy could sell me. This guy could sell me anything. He was really good at what he did. And I almost wanted to buy it just because of how good of a sales pitch it was. Not that the sales pitch was so good that I was going to buy the item, because I was like, oh, I have to get this. I was like, no, that was so good. Like, I can clearly tell how good you are at this and how trained and practiced this is to a fine tee, that I kind of just like, I'm just like, I almost want to buy this just as like fair compensation. Not even surprised at this point. Will you read it? Will you read? Oh, yeah, the reading part of this whole stream. A man once says to my friend, my German friend is really good at maths. Watch this. He says, what's the square root of 81? And the German says, 9. Found that one on YouTube. Oh, wait. I think the found that one on YouTube was not part of the joke. I would not be a I would not be a good like news broadcaster. I'd be like reading the news. I'd be like, and another local news. The new children's school. Insert school name here. I just read things exactly as they are written. Or maybe that would make me a fantastic newsreader. Don't read this part prompt. I would totally do that. I'd finish my speech and I'd be turn, walk away, and shake hands with president of company. then I would walk away. I wouldn't shake hands with him. You want to hear reading? Okay. Reading time. Let me get Zhang Li out of here. I was admiring him on my screen. Well, you guys couldn't look at him. Hang on. We'll let you guys take one last look at him. Very, very pretty man. Very pretty man. Maybe I will. Maybe I should just commission this, an art of this. Yeah? That would be you too. Handsome grandpa. Is he an old man? Is Zhang Li quite old? Keep him on? No. Oh, that's how I should bring people in. I should have an image of Zhang Li on the screen. And then it's just me reading about philosophy. That's not a bad idea, actually. You know what? I'm going to try that for a stream. He's thousands of years old. Wow, what a hag. We'll put him here. He can just be our mascot for this stream. Okay, where did we start off? Or where did we last end? Opposed to the year hundreds? That's fair. Well, actually, wait a minute. I'm 300 AD. Uh-oh. I guess I have 1,000 in there, so he's still like he's still a hag compared to me, but I'm getting up there too. Okay, let's actually do the reading. Let's do the reading. Indeed, because intuition depends on the immediacy of mental vision, the number of axioms it can produce is relatively small. To comprehend more complicated and extended matters requires connecting judgments together. You know, I'm actually going to read from here because I feel like I spent too long too. You're a ha. Damn you. The basis of true judgment and thus true knowledge is the certainty of intuition, which is the indubitable conception of a clear and attentive mind which proceeds solely from the light of reason. This does not mean that Descartes eschews deduction. Indeed, because intuition depends on the immediacy of mental vision, the number of axioms it can produce is relatively small. To comprehend more complicated axioms, and extended matters, requires connecting judgments together. Therefore, deduction is a necessary supplement to intuition. Even with deduction, however, it is difficult to attain certainty in long chains of reasoning. In this case, it is necessary to employ enumeration to minimize errors. The goal of any chain of reasoning, however, is to grasp the entirety of the chain through constant repetition in a single vision. Descartes, thus, maintains that we only truly know the naturally simple things and their intermixture. He does not mean merely visible or tangible things that we can imagine. Imagination can easily be mistaken. Fortunately, we can know unimaginable things like doubt and ignorance, but only when the mind dispenses with images and examines itself. It thereby discovers the innate ideas, and particularly mathematical ideas. The problem for Cartesian science is how to bring these purely intellectual things, particularly the mathematical objects and bodies known to the senses and imagination, together. Given Descartes' dualism, it is hard to see how these two can ever meet, and thus how science can be possible. The bridge in Descartes' early thought is the imagination. This is the link between the intellect and the senses that makes science possible. What we sense is given figural representation in the imagination, and compared there to ideas made available to by the intuition, and given determinate form by the imagination. On this basis, the intellect is able to affirm the representation as possible or necessary, or to deny it as impossible. Judgment goes astray, by contrast, when it compounds elements in the imagination without reference to intuition. What are we doing? Why would someone get a job Wow, what's going on? If you got a job interview, when he asks why I want this job, you'll just say you want money and you'll get hired easy. Yeah, unfortunately, if you get asked that type of question, what you have to do is you basically have to answer it sort of like you've investigated the company, like you've kind of looked up the company. You're like, well, I really like, and you should do this if you're going to apply for a job somewhere, I guess, but you should look up the company and look at its ethos and its mission statement and things like that. But you'd basically just have to ramble off some words, some bullshit about their mission statement and their objectives and how you kind of agree with their policy. And maybe if you have a friend there who worked, or you knew someone who works there, or maybe like if they're a fairly big company, you just kind of be like, oh, I like what you're doing with this environment, or your culture is good, or things like that. Like I remember I read in I interviewed for a place, and they I just looked up the news, and I literally saw that they had just posted on, not the news, I looked them up on LinkedIn, and I saw that they had just posted about some new ESG thing, or environmental, social, and governance. Yeah, that's ESG, isn't it? Yeah. And I literally just mentioned that. I was like, oh yeah, well, this is an area that I'm quite interested in. When a question like that kind of came up, and they were like, oh, I could tell they were impressed when I literally just did that like 20 minutes before the interview. You should do that when you apply to Macca's. Yeah, be like, listen, what McDonald's is doing across the world is very important. You guys bring food. You guys feed the hungry and the poor. I think that's very, very good. You don't even have to explain. You just go, very good. I think it's very good. So you would go to Google interview and be like, you big compy, let me in building. Give them candy cane 36 to be example. No, you give them candy cane 27. What are you, have you looked at how to interview at all? It's candy cane 27. 36 is for NVIDIA. If you're going into NVIDIA, you give them candy cane 36. What are we talking about? Without food, people would die. Very important. Maca is very important. GeoDaddy? GeoDaddy? What? Oh, is that Zhongli? That is Zhongli. Gee. Oh, I actually kind of forgot he was here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, antenna. I'm getting distracted again. Is Geo Daddy? I see. I forgot he was in the. I was like, oh yeah, that Zhongli. I was like, why was she talking about Zhongli? And I looked up. Oh, dive into hell later. Maybe. I can maybe do an hour or two. It's already like 1:30 though, so I'd want to be finishing up soon. After stream? Yeah, I might do so. I might finish up in the next half an hour or so. If that's the case, I should probably get a little bit of reading done, I suppose. Where was I? Who's that anyway? And what hell? Zhongli, I think he's a character from Genshin, and I think he's just attractive. I think that's about the extent of it. Why is Geodaddy here? So Geodaddy, as we're calling him, is he is daddy. I see. My mama, or the artist who designed me, Inka, you may have seen her in the chat. I was trying to figure out how to, like, the shape of my eyes and stuff. I was very picky, and I do apologize to my mama for that, but I think it came out really pretty. But I was like trying to figure out, like, how do I want my face to be? You know, how do I want it to be? And then she posted an image, like a drawing of this guy, and I just linked her. I think I just sent her. I just shared her tweet with her in DMs, and I was like, these eyes look pretty cool. Draw them like this. And she was like, gotcha. Bless mama. Thank mama. We love our mama, folks. And of course, I also have to say we love our papa too. We love Malberg for the wonderful movement that he gave me. I feel like this is like unironically, just the quality of movement is fantastic. I need to get more expressions though. I need to get more like stuff that I can do. We love Papa, of course. We love Papa. She went ham. And of course she gave me this, which I love. I love this. It's so funny. You guys don't know this, but like behind my head, like just in the middle of my neck, there's a little smiley face. There's a little smiley face, and you guys will never see it. But there is. I thought you guys should know that. I don't know. It just works. It just works with the face. It sometimes you know what's weird? Like sometimes when I take it off, I feel like my face is too big, or like my eyes are too small. Then it's like why are my eyes down here? Yeah, these are the super realistic eyes. These are like, you know, like kind of just slapped together. Not a whole lot of effort in there. These are the real bad boys, but like the graphical power it takes to run these is like, you know, it's like 1,000 watts a second. You need chibi, Ruadh. I should get a chibi. That would be cute. Okay, let's do a little bit more reading. Might try and get these 2 pages done before I chat again. Science, as Descartes developed it in his early thought, thus depended crucially on certainty of intuition. Descartes, however, came to doubt that intuition could provide the foundation for his science, because he saw that the idea of divine omnipotence, as it appears to both Protestant and radical thought, called into question the infallibility of intuition. If intuition is not certain, then the mathematical science that Descartes seeks to establish can be no better than the probabilistic science he wants to replace. If there is no certain ground, no fundamentum absolutum in oh god, okay, this Latin went on for a little bit longer than I thought. No fundamentum absolutum in concusum veritatis. then we cannot truly know anything, and we are thrown again into the arms of the skeptics. The humanist reliance on the imagination and force of poetry that presented itself as a possibility in his dream has been unable to provide the apodictic grounds that Descartes believed were necessary for human knowing. It thus ended in a probabilistic skepticism. In order to ground his science, Descartes consequently had to confront skepticism, and confront it not merely in the ancient Pyrrhoniast form derived from Sextus Empiricus, but in the form derived from nominalism that calls into question our capacity to even know the most certain of things. Descartes' pursuit of secure foundation for his science leads to his struggle with skepticism. He tells us in the Discourse that this is the task he undertook in 1629 when he had retired into the urban solitude of Amsterdam. Once again he was alone, although now in a different sense and in a different place. Once not in a small village, but in the best planned city of his age, not in the midst of a political and religious struggle, but in the most liberal and tolerant society of the time. It was under these circumstances that he felt himself able to confront the fundamental questions that threatened his science and his own sense of self. As we shall see, these questions at their core were bound up with the same theological problem he had faced in 1619. Descartes describes his first meditations on the topic in part 4 of the Discourse. He tells us that in pursuit of a certain foundation for his science, he determined that to accept only what was indubitable, and to reject everything else as false. In reflecting on this topic, he realized that he would have to reject everything that came from the senses, because some are illusions. The result of all reasoning, because he knew he would have to reject. In reflecting on this topic, he recognized that he would have to reject everything that came from the senses, because some are illusions. The results of all reasoning, because he knew that he sometimes made mistakes in reasoning, and every thought that came into his head, because they might be dreams. This account in the Discourse, however, does not tell the whole story. Descartes is not fully forthcoming about his deepest reflections, because he is concerned, as he himself admits, that they would be too metaphysical for a popular audience. Yep, too metaphysical for a popular audience. That's why I read about things on Twitch. That's why I read about exactly those things. The Meditations was originally written in Latin, but it was soon translated into French, perhaps by Descartes himself and certainly with his assistants, which made it available to a broader audience. Moreover, it was published not just on its own, but with a series of objections appended to it by noted thinkers of the time, followed by Descartes' replies. It was almost certainly written to answer questions that had arisen about the Discourse, and should be seen as a continuation or deepening of the argument presented there. This connection is also made apparent in the text, for the first few paragraphs of the Meditations summarize the material in part 1 to 3 of the Discourse. The Meditations is also written in an autobiographical fashion, but in contrast to the Discourse, it is in a dramatic and not a narrative form. The work thus has a greater immediacy for the reader. The Discourse presented readers with a life of good sense that they might imitate. The Meditations lead them step by step through the process, forcing them, at least vicariously, to follow the path of doubt to what Descartes believes is the inevitable conclusion. The first meditation retraces the path of doubt delineated in part 4 of the Discourse. Descartes lists the traditional sources of doubt drawn from ancient skepticism, illusion of sense, madness, and dreams, and concludes that while these might call into question the truths of physics, they do not call into questions of mathematics, or questions the truth of mathematics. The ultimate source of doubt in the Meditations, however, is not simply the possibility of human error, which can be minimized or perhaps even eliminated by the consistent application of the method, but the possibility that we are deceived in an irredeemable way by an omnipotent God. Such a God may have created us so that we necessarily misperceive the world, or he may have created the world such that we are continually misled, or he may even interfere in our minds or interfere in the order of nature to deceive us in an ad hoc manner. Do you guys remember that philosophy book that we read? The Philosophy of Mind book, where it talks about the cogito ergo sum and the demon that could be, where you are, the kind of brain in a vat idea, or like your mind exists, but a demon may be, making you see everything that you're you're viewing, so nothing around you that you're perceiving could exist. Might be fake, but the fact that you are being deceived in the first place is kind of like this sort of strange evidence of the mind itself at least being real, like the experience of consciousness. Bedtime for you, you're afraid. Thanks for the stream. Ihama. Ihawa. No, Ihava. No, Ihama. I don't know. I think it depends on the place. But Ihama. Night night. Son. That face. Oh my god, that is quite the emote. I don't know if that's a terrified emote or a happy emote. You're not doing anything? Slander? What's that in reference to? That I... Oh. Were you talking about that? Are you the... Oh, you're the demon that's tricking all of us, aren't you, D? You're creating all of these... You're creating... Whose mind is it that you're creating all of this in? I think it's Haru's mind that you're creating all of this in, because you want to share with her your ideas of men like Zhongli and other things. I don't know. I don't know what you guys talk about. You guys just mention Caleb and Silas, I think, and those are just words to me. I'm sure there's something in there that makes sense. I assume they are men. He's in media. I assume he is in some kind of media. Caleb and Silas mentioned. I like it that like there's just three of you and you guys all know what you're talking about. You play it to one of us. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Hang on. There's been too much Zhongli and whoever these Silas and Caleb people are. I need to. Where is he? Hang on a moment. I need more images. I need to go to my image folder. What's a good image of him? Okay, there's not a bad image of him. I'm going to be honest. They're all this one. This is the one we're going to admire. I just need to refresh for a second. Can you share your Twitter? Hang on, do I have that? Let me check StreamerBot real quick. Do I have that as a command? I don't have that set up as a command. I was like, Mama, you can absolutely share your Twitter. I thought that I had that set up. I've been meaning to have like a command like !mama and !papa. But you can absolutely share it. Feel free. You can play, but you might as well. You consume so much fan content. Genzuki. Yes, this is very pretty. Who did this? Who did this art? Hang on, let me check. Oh. This is art of one of those Japanese artists that creates beautiful art and then just someday decides to delete all their Twitter accounts. Or their Twitter account. I recognize that name. I talked to them quite a few times. That's sad. I actually just got hit by a wave of of pain. I see their name across some of my downloaded art pieces. I always you love JP artists. They are the greatest. They are great. The keychain just came in a few days ago. Ooh. Okay, Haru, D, you guys. There you go. But yeah, go follow Mama. Go follow Mama. And you know what? If we're talking about Twitter, oh wait, hang on. I'm not signed in on not Discord. I'm not signed in on OBS for some reason. There we go. Go follow me too. Go follow me on there. But I'm gonna have to look up this Caleb. I'm gonna have to look up this Caleb and this Silas. I feel like Silas just sounds like some kind of vampire. Who's Silas Briarwood from Critical Role? That's who I'm thinking of. That's who I'm thinking of right now. Silas Briarwood. That's how I know that name. Oh man, campaign 1 of Critical Role was so good. Oh. Okay, let me get back to our reading, and I'll probably finish up in the next 10 minutes or so. Where were we? Oh, excuse me a moment. Okay, all good. Such a God may have created us so that we necessarily misperceive the world, or he may have created us such that we are continually misled, or he may even interfere with our minds or interfere with the order of nature to deceive us in an ad hoc manner. The mere possibility that such a God exists is sufficient to call into question the apparent most certain truths, that is, mathematical intuitions. In this light, the whole of Cartesian science might rest on a faulty foundation. This possibility leads Descartes to the methodological hypothesis of an evil genius who continues to deceive us. Remember that demon? Not D, but another demon. D is a cool demon. This assumption, he argues, will prevent him, fallen angel, will prevent him from falling into error by treating as false anything that is dutiable. On the basis of this assumption, he is then able to determine the external world and all abstract entities and truths of mathematics are dubitable. Science is thus impossible, and Descartes is forced to wonder whether he himself is anything at all. As he puts it at the beginning of the second meditation, I've convinced myself that there is absolutely nothing in the world. No sky, no earth, no minds, no bodies. Does it now follow that I, too, do not exist? As rigorous and radical as this skepticism appears to be, many have doubted its sincerity. The question is bound up with the larger question of the sincerity of the meditations, and Descartes' metaphysics as a whole. One group of interpreters, including Louis Laird, Charles Adam, Etienne Gilson, Lucien Labarthoniere, Jean Lamport, Hiram Canton, oh my god, this is a lot of names, believe that Descartes was above all else a scientist, and that he turned to metaphysics only in order to make his science palatable to believers. Hello, what's up? Fell asleep, woke up, and you're still going. Yeah. It's been a... What's up? You've missed a very silly stream, I'm going to be honest. My brain started melting. You are back. Welcome back, Brody. You missed a lot. You missed... yeah. Chaos. Don't say that. Don't worry. I'm gonna make sure to... Guys, if I ever stream, and you guys go back to... If you guys go back to, like, you guys want to watch the VOD for some reason, and I don't have it published, please immediately message me. I will probably publish it, but sometimes I forget, and, like, I don't publish a stream as a VOD for, like, 4 days. Oh. Do you mean... Not that image. This one? Yeah, I have to leave that up there. He's the mascot of the stream today. Hot men. Mm-hmm. There was a John Lee. Yes, John Lee. Wasn't that a Confederate general? No, that was General Lee is who I'm thinking of. I don't think this is a Confederate general. I think he would probably beat up a Confederate general. Big bang. Big dong zhong. Okay. You know what? I need to cleanse my stream. There's been too many. Okay, let me put it this way. There's been too many hot men. I need to get a big, sweaty, I know exact. I need Big Bang Zhang right now. Well, technically his name is also pronounced Zhang, but we're pronouncing it Big Bang Zhang. Where do I have this? Where do I have this saved? It's in my documents. Oh no, where do I have this? There should be a folder that's just called boxing somewhere. Oh my god, like all of my there's too many things. Is it in here? No, where's Big Bang Zhang? Where's Big Bang Zhang? I need him. I need that gif. Biggest dong in Tevat. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Confirm. Everyone knows what Zhongli and Geo Traveler can make together. I don't know what those words mean. I assume they're not say so. Toast with cookie crumble, cookie crumbs and jam. That sounds pretty good. Although I don't actually know, the toast part of it does not sound good to me. But everything else sounds pretty decent. Where the hell did I put those old just meme pictures? Oh wait, here it is. Do media sources? Oh yeah, so this is Big Bang Zhang. Big Bang Zhang. He's a Chinese heavyweight boxer. This is one of the most vicious knockouts I've ever seen. And let me say, this guy Joe Joyce is he was considered a juggernaut. He would knock people out. Oh, thank you, Pip, for the thing. You spent points. I saw. I mentioned the toast. Hang on a moment. I'm just talking about this. Oh, this punch it's just such a heavyweights hit insane. But this guy was a juggernaut. Like, he would take punches from other heavyweights and he would just walk through them. Like, he fought this guy Parker, Joseph Parker, and he walked through every punch that the Parker threw at him. And Big Bang Zhang, you can see on his pants, on his shorts, it says Big Bang. And he does not speak English well. He says he will big bang people. And many laugh. He completely schooled him, and the man falls down like how you take a post-lunch nap. Yeah, he's just an eepy little guy. He's just eeping. What were the words? You gotta go as well, Pip? Oh, bye-bye, Pip. Sorry, I just realized. Bye-bye. Toast with cookies. Cookie crumbled, cookie crumbs and jam. Toast with cookie crumbled, cookie crumbs and jam. Toast with cookie crumbled, cookie crumb. That's more than a trigger word. That's a trigger sentence. The guy got banged. He got janged. Is what he got. Oh, it's just such a good punch. He bangs all his opponents. Yeah, he literally goes on in like bad English Chinese accent, and he's like, everyone will be bang. Everyone will bang. He's so funny, dude. And I think he knows as well at this, like, he knows that it's funny at this point. I don't know if anyone has told him what bang also means, but like, it's so good. I love me Big Bang Zhang. I love me some. And poor Sleepy Joe. Oh my god! I forgot I had that one. There's a side angle, but I'll leave you guys not have to worry about that. And hello, Halconis. Sorry, hello. It's nice to see you, and hello, Mike, as well. It's nice to see you guys. Okay, you know what? Fair enough, Brody. That works. What about toast cookie crumble cookie crumbs with jam? That's pretty good. I have to applaud you on that one. That's a pretty good response. Ugh. Hello, Mike. That's a cute wave emote. Okay, let me... All one word. You got it. Good job. Okay, let's get back to the reading. I'm going to read for the next... I'm not looking at chat. I don't care what's being said. I'm going to read one or two more comments, and then it's the book for like 5 minutes, and then I'm going to come down off stream. Reading is boring. I will time you out. You guess technically getting banged is indeed likely to mean getting overwhelmingly defeated. So he can assume it's that meaning. Yeah. I mean, some games, when you lose, the bad ending is you get banged. I mean, some games are like that. Some games are weird. It's always a pleasure to check out your streams. Thank you, Halconis. It's not really a bad ending. Yeah, I suppose so. I think maybe the other way. Maybe like the successful ending is you bang them. Anyway, let's get back into our book. Where were we? Yeah. From their point of view, his hyperbolic doubt is thoroughly insincere. For them, Descartes never truly doubts the veracity of mathematics. A second group, which includes Alfred Espinus, Alexander Curie, Jean-Luc Marion. Oh, that's the person that Thalles was talking about, Jean-Luc Marion. Sees Descartes sincerely troubled by skepticism. You gotta go to sleep. Good night, Brody. Have a nice eep. Thoroughly troubled by skepticism, but rejecting it in favor of a genuine religious life. For them, the metaphysics of the Meditations is not merely a sop for believers, but the pinnacle of Cartesian thought. There is a solid support for both views. Descartes, for example, clearly tries to shore up the metaphysical foundations of his science, something he believed Galileo, to his great detriment, had failed to do. While it is certainly true that this was one motive behind Descartes' hyperbolic skepticism, it is hard to believe that this is the only one, or that he was only attempting to defend himself against political enemies among believers. It is the first instance we know that at least one of the reasons for writing the Meditations was to answer questions that had been posed to him by a variety of thinkers. Mike, I swear to God, no. You don't just hear the word among and you just immediately go, among us. Among us. Oh, shucks. Ruadh. Amogus. In the first instance, we know that at least one of the reasons for writing the Meditations was to answer questions that had been posed to him by a variety of thinkers, at least some of whom, for example Thomas Hobbes, could hardly be accused of excessive piety. Descartes' concern with metaphysical and theological questions also certainly antedates the Meditations. For example, there are already metaphysical questions at play in that little notebook. Moreover, the challenge to the certainty of his science that so concerns him. As we noted above, does not require the actual existence of an omnipotent God, but only his mere possibility. Descartes thus does not have to believe in such a God, or even in any God at all, to entertain such doubts. He only has to be unable to prove such a God's non-existence. In a certain sense, then, even if his metaphysics is construed only to answer wild and hyperbolic doubts, these doubts are quite real, and resolving them therefore quite important for Descartes' entire enterprise. Unless Descartes can eliminate them, his science can never be apodictic. Thus, Descartes is not insincere when he writes to Mersenne on April 15, 1630, quote, "I believe that all those to whom God has given the use of reason are obliged to use it mainly to know him and to know themselves. This is how I tried to begin my studies, and how I would not have been able to find the basis for my physics if I had not looked for it among these lines. The fear of this omnipotent God and the skepticism that his very possibility engenders thus reappears in the meditation at the beginning of wisdom. Some scholars have argued that Descartes cannot seriously have believed that divine omnipotence gives rise to radical doubt, because he believes that God is constrained by the law of non-contradiction. The evidence, however, indicates that this interpretation is incorrect. Descartes, for example, argues in a letter to Mersenne, who is this Mersenne person? Of May 27, 1630, that while God's will is eternal, there was no necessity that impelled him to create eternal truths, and therefore they could be different. The possibility of God acting in alternative ways is thus not excluded by the law of non-contradiction. He explains this to Mesland in his letter on May 2nd, 1644. The power of God can have no limits. God cannot have been determined to make it true that contradictions cannot be together, and consequently he could have done the contrary. Therefore, he concludes in a famous letter to Arnold in July 29, 1648, that it is not impossible that God make a mountain without a valley, or to make 1 + 2 not equal 3. This said, Descartes does not believe that God changes his laws. What's going on? Love Onisan for that emote. Oh, this emote by Kwai. This emote is so good. I haven't seen Kwai in a while. I hope she's doing well. I think she was like buying a house. I hope she's okay. You're sorry, Wua, but we live in a post-Amogus society. I understand. We live in a post-Amogus society. Descartes. The book is centering on this, like, the 16th century at this point. Yes, we moved from like the 13th century to like the 16th. Sussus Amogus. Chat ruined. Yeah, it's over. Thank you, Crespian, for the head pat. Thank you. You kind of smell like a baka. No, I'm not a baka. You're a baka. Baka. Aye, good night, Brody. It is an interesting display of the scientific thinking of the time utilized for theological exploration. Aaron Yeager. I don't know why that was funny to me. Just in all of this sussamogus and random things, there's just Aaron Yeager. Which was, if you remember, quite common for many historical figures. Yeah, I mean, Galileo used quotes from the Bible to attempt to justify his position. I think that's one of the things that actually kind of got him in a lot of trouble, that he was basically performing exegesis. I think that's how you pronounce that. Exegesis without being a priest or someone who was allowed to do that. Was a devout Catholic. For some reason, Tallies, the way you wrote that, it makes me think of The Sopranos, and like Galileo was a devout Catholic, and in this house he's a hero. Theology was the queen of the sciences. She's a pretty queen. And hello, Tallies. I hope you enjoyed your work. You miss Nissan. I miss Nissan too. With the bees and the eels. Dun. Do. What? I'm confused with the have S with the bees and the eagles. Huh? Welcome back. Oh. For a topic of such a wide scope, the book does seem to make the read extremely accessible. Yeah, they explain it very well. I will say, like, if you don't have background knowledge to a lot of the philosophy, kind of on a broad basis, it can be a bit difficult. I think maybe it is for you guys, but like, you love how there's brain rot and philosophy in this chat. Can you guys find another chat like this? I don't think so. Maybe who's that lady who used to be a lecturer? She's like retired now. Claire something, I think her name is. She's like a pretty big streamer. Maybe she has. I think she has. No, she has like. I assume she probably has some brain rot because it's Twitch and there's always Twitch brain rot. but she has the autism of paradox games. Like, and I, as a paradox player, like, that just makes complete sense. Those games you do need to just have such a hyper focus in some, especially things like Hoi 4, and I think she's a big Hoi 4 player. I remember I clicked on Hoi 4, I played Hoi 4. Cleo Alt, that's her name. Or, no wait, it's not Alt, is it? Cleo Eta. Eta, I assume. I assume it's Eta, because I think she actually is Irish. I think she's Northern Irish. Ait. Cleo Ait. Did he? That place is, yeah. Like the whole point about Galileo, like he, from what I understand, it wasn't just like, oh, he went against the church. The Pope actually had invited him to discuss his theories. The Pope was quite interested, and there was multiple competing theories for the way the universe was, from like a geocentric to a heliocentric. And I mean, even Galileo's wasn't even the most correct version at the time. I think there was actually someone, I cannot remember his name, who had conceived of something similar to Galileo, but had elliptical orbits rather than circular like Galileo's. But Galileo was a little bit of a, from what I heard, a prick. And he, there's that whole Simplicus thing. Nicholas Copernicus is who you're thinking of. Did Copernicus come up with an elliptical orbits? Really? Huh. That guy was smart. I can't even remember. Did he? Was he around this? Yeah. Okay, I'm like way behind on the chat. I have to scroll down. What got him in trouble was pissing off the Pope. Yeah. They had had a discussion, and apparently he put the Pope's arguments in a character in a book called Simplicus, and that's probably not a good thing to do, especially when the Pope holds so much power these days. In some ways, philosophy and theology go hand in hand. Many ways. Often for, I guess, theologians, like, theology picks up where philosophy comes to kind of a hard point. Basically, like, theology, from the perspective of theology, I suppose, philosophy can only get to a certain point when it talks about being, and it kind of hits a hard point of knowledge of the divine. It was Jonas Kepler. That's who I was thinking of. Now, I didn't know the name, but I do, like, that name kind of just pings in my mind. Oh, Simblico. I thought it was Simplicus. We must bring down the average IQ of the stream somehow. You guys are doing a good job. You're destroying my brain on the regular. You're a philosophy major with a theology history double minor. Tallies is so strong. He's so strong. He's doing a master's in theology. This guy single-handedly raises the IQ of the stream by like 200 points. Well, no, not raises the average. That would be insane. But like, he brings it up quite a bit, I assume. On Skibidity, you're WhatsApp, that was painful. The fact I even read the first word. Hurts me. You're literally studying all your dream topics. I know, he's so smart. He's so cool. Name pronunciation, Rua Ua Quilta. Hydrate, thank you, Halconis. You love what you study. I would have liked to study, but I was like worried about like employment. Speed. You thought he did let? Oh yeah, Galileo was a very complicated character. If I were inclined, oh my god, there's so much to read. If you were inclined to write a theology, and it keeps going, it like the chat doesn't stop. I can see it on the other side going up and up and up. If I were inclined to write a theology, to which I sometimes feel inclined, then the word being would not occur in it. Fate does not need the thought of being. Heidegger. Shut up, Heidegger. That's all I know. That's all I know about being. Harry, we need to keep being brain rotted. Just keep saying the hip things like skibidity, skaboobity, skip, scap, scavity, scoop, skip, scoop. I'm a scat man, skibbity bibbity boop, scat boppity boopity boop. Do you guys think like all of the Zoomers, like the young Zoomers and Gen Alpha, are going to be really good, like scatters because they have all these silly words and could they put them together? It's funny because you don't talk about any of this in your streams. You totally should. I'm going to come into your stream and make you talk about it. Your skibbity philosophy. I want to know what skibbity's theology is. Could be contained within metaphysics and ontology, but you don't see. But you do see why many people might prefer the knowledge of the divine to be unreachable by those two branches. You should definitely do reading streams. You should read your own papers, although that might dox you. Hang on. It made your day. Thank you. What's up? You cannot write that in my chat. Oh my god. You're gonna have to buy a property in Egypt. Now what? That's property in Egypt. Okay, now I actually feel old because I feel like there's a term there, some meme there that I don't understand. Ruadh the Rizzler. It doesn't make you wonder how those streamers with thousands of viewers handle chat reading. Dude, I'm like, I think they just have it on, just run, and they just pick out questions at random. Ruadh, you need a knee surgery? Yeah, I need a knee surgery because all you guys keep making me slap my knee in laughter. You know, I slap my knee because you guys give me good chuckles. Oh, that's a dumb joke. That is in the words of Germa's chat. That's a -2. As a -2. Chopped chin is so gracious and jiggy. I don't even think... I think you've gone beyond Zoomer. I think you're into, like, Gen... You might even be in Gen Beta at this point, just making up things. The little head movement ties in with the gracious beat so well. He's... What's up, my brain? I can't... I'm just not going to read you anymore. How all the young Zoomers are going to deal with the banning of TikTok in the USA. Dude, maybe their like attention spans will improve slightly. They will wither away. Oh no, they're just gonna turn to dust. Reels still exist? Actually, yeah, I kind of get caught on that on YouTube. You know, it's funny because you read a bit of Scatman John's life story and he was an amazing person. I heard about that actually. I haven't read him, but I have heard that he's actually like he's lived a pretty crazy life. And YouTube Shorts. I think it's YouTube Shorts I get caught on. I thought they were called short reels. I get caught watching those. They'll melt like the Wicked Witch of the West. I talked about this before. Apparently she did not take showers. She did not do anything. Like she couldn't go and take showers. She probably just used like... Would aloe vera? Would aloe vera work, I wonder? Daddy Hagrid will prepare you for knee surgery. I know the rise of the popularity of Hagrid. Ruadh Grinch is approaching for your knee surgery. That sounds like I'm gonna run up and just like break someone's knee and run away. That would be a fucked up Grinch. That would be a real fucked up Grinch. Like rather than Grinch like storming into your house and like pulling down your like carefully made tree, he just runs up, breaks your knee, and runs off. Oh my god. That would be a vicious... I should actually be quieter. I apologize. Get you a fair, decent number of subscribers, but their grind is crazy. I need to get into the whole shorts thing. And I don't mean wear shorts, because I'm in a Elena. I don't need shorts. But if I was ever to get like a younger version of me model, he might be in shorts. No, he'd still be in Elena. But I might get like fan art of him in shorts, because that would be cute, I think. Make sure you keep your mewing streak. Phantom Text. Okay, that's one I don't understand either. Wait, who was reading BL? You graduated from watching shorts on your lunch break to reading BL. I'm not surprised you read BL, Mike. That's exactly something I expect you to do. I was about to say, I watched BL because I watched Yuri on Ice, but I was also then thinking of Blue Period, an anime and manga, and I was like, could that be considered? I feel like it definitely could have gone that route if they would have taken the one of the characters in it in that direction. But then at the same time, you know what? I'm not even going to get into that because that's complicated. If salsa is the spine breaker, you're the knee breaker. Am I the knee breaker because I'm bad at dancing salsa and I just fall into someone's knees? Refuses to elaborate. Comes in, breaks your bones. That's fucked up. You should read Ruadh and Sons BL. That still needs to be made. Yuri on Ice is top tier. You need the movie. I watched it I've told this before. But I wanted to watch. You know, I wanted to watch a sports anime. I was just coming off watching like Haikyuu and like I think there was a basketball one. I was like having fun and I was like, oh, I want another sports anime. And I see this one, it's like, oh, Yuri on Ice. Oh, it's all about like, ice skating. I'm gonna learn about ice skating and like the figures and the cool jumps they do, and that you do learn about that. What I didn't realize until like they got really close to each other, what I didn't realize was what I was actually in for. You had a friend who really loved Blue Period, but you never did watch it though. It's one of my favorites. I would highly recommend it. I would highly recommend it. Kuroko no Basuke? Oh, is that the basketball? It might have been. I can't even remember at this point. Any sports anime is fruity, especially if they got the exclamation point. It's all about camaraderie. Girl bossing so hard the huzz comes running. Brody, didn't you say you were going to go to sleep like 50 minutes ago? Like 50 times? No. The Grinch would jump out and shoot your knee 36 times and comes and runs back with doc equipment ready for your knee surgery. I could see that him doing that. He'd come back and he'd have a whole like doctor's suit on. Hastily put on, like it's not put on right. I am still hanging out. He'd pretend to be someone completely different. Yaoi on Ice. That's basically what Yuri on Ice is. I feel like many got distracted. Like for me, the moment I realized, and maybe it took a little bit long for me to realize. I think it's like the third episode, or maybe it's the second. It's when Yuri and the Russian guy, the blonde, no, not blonde. He's like what is he? He's like white haired, isn't he? They're like skating together, and they come really close, and it zooms in on their lips. You know, it was kind of at that point that I was like, Victor. That's what it was. It was kind of at that point I was like, because for a lot of it I was like, oh, okay, look, you know, ice skating, they're all in skin tight bodysuits. I was like, okay, fair enough. I get there's gonna be some fan service in here. Totally, I understand that. And then they got really close and it zoomed in, and I was like, oh, this isn't a sports anime, is it? This isn't a sports anime. And it was not. But at that point, it was too late. Like I was already invested. in the story, so I was like, okay, okay, I'm good to go. Diabolic lovers would work, and you got Joseph. You love Karl Heinz though. His design was sorry. Teehee. I will look him up later. Okay, you know what? What page did we get to? Okay, wait. I can read this. You know what? No. I might just, yeah. How many pages do I have left to finish this chapter? We'll finish this chapter next stream. Absolutely. It's only like 10 pages. You just love long white-haired men. Hang on. Because you know that guy I keep mentioning, Gensuke Tojiro, Haru. You know that guy I keep mentioning, Gensuke Tojiro. You know, I may have mentioned him once or twice. You know, well, actually, no, it's not really long hair. It's more he had a redesign. Hang on, wait, where is it? Look. That's a, like, he also still has the purple hair. Like, sometimes you'll see, and that was, oh no, I don't have the name of that artist. Damn it, that's annoying. Sometimes he'll also wear the long purple hair, and that was by Mitsuna. Hang on, I'm gonna throw these names in. That was by this person on Twitter. D is like Gensuke. You thought the Shota character was kind of cute, though his personality was a mixed bag. Hang on, wait. You guys can still see me. Hang on. You guys can still see me. Is that the kind of Shoto-ish character in Yuri on Ice, or is this a different show you're talking about? I thought the one he danced to like swing music. I thought he was great. Pathetic men, you just love men. Once or twice every like 10 minutes. Yeah. Bros like Genzuki, simp. You love long-haired men in general. Yeah. It's good. It's good. D is freaking out. I'm like peeking over. What has become of my stream? Hang on, let me come down here. Thank you, Tallies. Blonde man spotted? Ooh. Wait, hang on. Do I have an image of like a? Because there's a lot of art of Genzuki, and sometimes it's like, sometimes it can be interesting because they'll give it more of a, a masculine look in the face. It can actually be kind of, oh, that's a cute one. That's also a cute one. That's a cute one. Okay, you know, I'm actually gonna, I feel bad not having the artist's name because they're incredibly talented, and I hate not being able to like reference who it is. So many of these have their actual names. I definitely have one that should have him. The sheer beauty overwhelms me. I have said before that Genzuki is the platonic form of beauty itself. He is the mix between the masculine and feminine. Hang on, I'm just clicking through images right now. That one's quite cute, by @Becco2. I kind of want to get art like this. Hang on, Becco2 was who made this. D is like Argenti to Idrilla, but Genzuki, I don't know what that means. But does he exist in the world of forms? He does. He does. He absolutely does. He exists in my world of forms. Your androgynous king. You can't English. Did you English right? Argenti to Idrilla. I don't. Those are words. We said almost the same thing. Genzuki is the first ring in that string of rings originating from the face. He's like the first hypostasis before you get like even beyond being. Hang on, I have more images. I have a lot more you guys ain't even seeing. Do you guys want to see what one of my I'm gonna have to clear up my sources after this. You guys want to see what one of my phone savers or screen backgrounds is? Hang on, let me make sure I get this. I want to make sure that when I show this, I have the thing. That was by this person. Bro, have a whole folder beyond being. Heidegger disliked that. I was kind of talking about more of a Neoplatonic. They had the whole like beyond being thing, and that hurts my brain. Like I can follow being and existence. I can follow that. Tallies when it starts getting on beyond being is when like I start shutting down. Not even a folder, multiple maybe. I do have another folder. That is for vowels, which he's a part of. Hang on, let me. But yeah, this is one of my phone's screen images. Also, by the way, this does not contain the possibly many images that I have on my phone. Yeah. Do you want me to read out some of the things? It's literally cute Zuki, cute Genzuki and Ma-chan, 2 Genzukis, amazing Genzuki, Genzuki Genkai, which is Genzuki and Kaidaharu. Then there's one of 2 Genzukis, like his 2 designs facing each other, and it's literally just Genzuki. There's Genzuki dress, Genzuki falling, Genzuki flower hair, Genzuki flowers, Genzuki singing, Genzuki short hair, Genzuki putting on lipstick, Genzuki no reasons, I think is a song he did, Genzuki sleeping, Genzuki sweets, Genzuki tummy, Genzuki windows, Genzuki white cute, Genzuki white, Genzuki uniform, Genzuki underwater, Genzuki umbrella, rocker Genzuki 2, Niji Puff Girls. I think that's one of his groups, and I just called it Niji Puff Girls. Shota Zuki, student Gens meets white Gens. There's another outfit that's kind of like a student. Outfit, you know, like a high school outfit. That's the best way I could describe this image. Waking up to Genzuki, 2 Genzuki with tummy. Dude, what are these folder names? I'm actually like, what are these? These are all your files. These are images that I've saved. Alongside, I will say, at the end of most of these, there is then the artist's name. Remember, everyone. Remember, source your artists. 2 whole Genzukis. I know. He's down. You're losing aura, boss. I think I'm gaining aura in my own way. I also have this image. Hang on. This is how I gain back my image. That's Tochinoshin from Sumo. He's a very fun. He is no longer a sumo wrestler. He retired. But he's a very funny man. I supported him many times in a basho. Is an Oshi in this house? That is true. D, if you would like, I will zip my folder and I will send it to you. I remember this. This was about... They were competing, I think they... So the guy on the right lost because he just walked out of the ring. I can't remember. I cannot remember what the score was, but I'm pretty sure they were both fighting for like good scores, like winning scores. Oh god. Oh no, wait. No, I think the guy on the right was fighting not to be demoted, I think the next level was called what's it called again? The ranking of sumo. Hang on, let me look it up. I didn't save this one. Ranking of sumo. There's the Magashira, the Sanyaku. Juryo is the like level below the kind of top ranks. And someone did like they put like a signpost on this one that said Juryo this way. Oh man. You want the tummy file reveal? No. Well, no, you don't get the D gets to see that. You gotta have 1 terabyte of space. It's probably not that big now on my phone. That I can't say. Oh, it's 131 megabytes. There's 108 files in there. Oh wait, you guys know this guy. I have this as an image for some reason. I think I was posting something on Twitter, like a funny reaction. You guys know this guy. Jay. Don't call me. Can I just hang on a sec? I need to get this image up because I need to explain something here. Hang on. Lookism J. Where's this image? You guys might know the exact one I'm talking about. It's a thing that like. Hang on. Where is it? There it is. Hang on. I need to explain something here. I need you guys to explain this to me. And maybe some of you are knowing exactly what I'm about to talk about. So, you've seen him, yes, from Lookism. So Lookism loves kind of dangling. It loves its fan service, let's say. It loves that. And fair enough. Everyone loves fan service. And Lookism gives a lot of fan service on every side. You have to give them that. But they love their shipping as well. You'll always see them down in the comments being like, ooh, Daniel and Jay, ooh, Daniel and Bosco, ooh, Daniel and someone else. Or Vasco. You love the author. The author is literally Daniel. What the fuck? Dude, I saw the author. And I was like, what? What the fuck? Why are you so... like, unironically, like, objectively a handsome man. It was like, what the fuck? So, okay, so they love this, and they never really, other than like 1 or 2 of the self-insert, imagine making being able to create a webcomic, a manhwa, all about like Lookism. Now it kind of goes off the rails after like 100. There is like it's like even 100 chapters in, it's still trying to like tap into certain things like streaming culture or idol culture and things like that. Like at a certain point, it just goes fucking crazy, and it's like homeless children fighting mafia people, and like this big, it goes ridiculous. You thought the comic lost the plot. I just watched it for the fight scene. There was times I didn't even care what was really happening. All I know is Vasco would show up and I'd be like, oh yeah, shit's about to go down. I love that, man. But anyway, so it loves this fan service. It loves its little teasing ships, and it never really commits to anything other than like a few of the already established relationships. So during like a Halloween, or not Halloween, I think it was Christmas or New Year's. They're chatting away. It's kind of like the end of the chapter. And it's kind of like everyone's left and there's no one really to hang out with Daniel. And so Daniel goes somewhere. He goes to this Jay's like penthouse. Like the guy owns his father's rich. And Jay answers the door like this. Now, I need you guys to explain to me. If you were to go to a friend's place, okay? If you were to go to a friend's place, and you're going to spend maybe most of the night there, maybe on New Year's, and he answers the door like this, what exactly goes through your head? Like, I read through it, and, like, I enjoyed the fan service, because it's fun, that type of stuff is fun, but I never go, like, ooh, I never, like, too much. But I'd be like, Like, even I was shocked when it opened, because I was like, there is nothing. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Jay is obsessed with Daniel. Jay is obsessed with Daniel in the manual. There is no way I could possibly explain that. And if my friend answered the door like that, I'd be like, what are you doing? Get away from me. Go put on some clothes. He spoils him so much. Imagine having a insanely rich Krav Maga. Like, in this world, Krav Maga, I think it's Krav Maga, is like highly effective. Or it's like some Russian thing. I just love, like, it's such a wacky show. It's such a wacky comic. I really hope it gets like 5 seasons of content. Like, imagine it got 5 seasons of anime and like it left the normal narrative. It just abandoned the whole commentary it was making. I think the author just likes fighting too much. Like, fuck it, you know what? You want to have a big showdown? You want to have a massive showdown where the big bully kicks a bunch of children? Go right ahead. Go right ahead. It's one of my favorite images. It's one of my favorite images. Where is it? I need this. Lookism kick. There it is. I love this image so much. This is like the big bully character at the very start who is beating the shit out of Daniel. Logan, I think it was. Dude, he punts a child. Boing. He hit a Sonic like a Sonic bounce pad. Excuse me. The expressions. Let me tell you, some of the art in that, like, some of the expressions are so good. Like, honestly, at the beginning, like, you can see the art, but, like, over time, the artist gets so good at just certain things. It's just so good. And that, I think that's one of the big things that kind of kept me reading, even when like, you know, it kind of just gets off the rails. I was just like, fuck it, I'm just enjoying the silliness of this whole thing. Even the motion and the fighting, it all feels so nice and it flows so well. Dude, I'm just looking, there's like random images and it just looks great. Like, imagine that. Imagine that. Johan, though. You love that, man. Johan is great. You know who Johan reminds me of? Wait, no. Let me make sure I'm thinking of the right person. Johan Lookism. I'm pretty sure I know exactly who I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yes. So, Johan reminds me of a Niji Sanji VTuber. Niji Sanji VTuber. By the name of Kanae. Now he doesn't remind me in personality or anything, although Kanae is kind of has a scary vibe to him at times, but I just feel like in terms of you know what we'll look at a blood version of Kanae. He kind of has like a similar and then we'll get kind of a cute one. Oh, I hate you. What? Hello. Guys, I also have images of women, I swear. I have this. Let's make some smaller images. I have that of Mume. She don't think. Isn't Kanae with the Kuzaha, dude? Exactly. They're part of, I can't remember what their jewel team is, but like they are the foundation. They are the Atlas of Niji Sanji. Like, Kuzaha is holding up Niji Sanji on his back, and Kanae is like kind of just giving him a sip of water every now and again. Orv has some really pretty art. Ooh, Orv. I think I've heard of that one. Tell me, if you regress again, will I ever get to meet you again? I don't know. Maybe that's a reference to something. I have Big Muna. This is a big file. I forgot how big this file is. It's literally called Big. Hang on. Oh my god. Dude. Okay, come on, Muna. Muna, you can get in here. You can do this. There we go. There's Muna. A big Muna. How big is this? It's... Do you guys want to know how big this this is? It's 10,000 by 10,000. I'm gonna remove all of those. What else do I have? What else do I have? I have Nade Chama, but I can't show you her. She has a special place in my heart, a very, very special place. Oh man, those memories. Oh, they're hitting me like a ton of bricks right now. Oh. I'm sorry. I kind of just got lost in my thoughts a little bit there. I have Pika me before she left, and hello Sunday. It's nice to see you. Okay, you know what? Fine. You guys don't believe. Oh yeah, look at this art. And you guys know Dance Again Art? Do you guys know Dance Again Art? The guy who did my PNG. This is his art. We're gonna admire this. This is Mikan. We're just gonna admire this for a while. Just gonna admire this for a while. Awuga indeed. Look at the sweat. Dance went crazy on this. My neurons are active. Look at the sweat on the tummy. The mink wear. It's so good. Okay, you guys don't get to look at that. I'm gonna look at that. You're looking at the tummy, all right? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm really glad I was being quiet. I'm sorry, I can't explain what just happened. But it's very funny, trust me. Would you rather not see Gensuke Toshiro of Niji Sanji JP in that outfit instead? But that's not mink wear, though. He doesn't wear mink wear. He doesn't wear mink wear. Okay. It's currently 2:45. It has been almost 5 hours. What if he did wear it? Awuga indeed. Awuga indeed. No, don't fuck me in the face. Okay, I am going to... Dude, hear me out. Cake is full of Gensuke Tojiro. Oh, my hear me out cake. Yeah, but you guys have. You got to see 100. Guys, have I explained the screenshots of the concert before? Have I explained that to you? Have I explained that one to you guys before? I will say, of like the other people that I've shown, like Can I, for example, or like Jay, I have like 2 images of them, just because I was like, oh, that's really nice art. So the screenshots, I'll save that for another time. But I think I'm going to raid into someone. I think I'm going to raid into someone. Let's just say it was a lot. Who of my friends are alive right now? I'm not even going to raid into someone doing ASMR. This was not an ASMR stream. Oh, hell yeah. Nemurunai Kai is live, and Kai is a wonderful artist as well, by the way. This guy you are about to meet, he's a wonderful artist. He's teasing us. I'm glad you could catch the stream. I'm glad you could catch it as well, Tallies. Thank you for being a very engaged and intelligent and knowledgeable, and kind of make me feel inadequate in terms of my knowledge. Chatter, it's always appreciated. This stream was something. I don't know how to describe this stream, and I don't know how to feel about it. All I know, it was fun. We went from brain rot exploding philosophy to brain exploding philosophy to brain rot to Genzuki Tojiro. I think that's a good way to go in the stream. Haru, before we go, okay, you're gonna have to hurry up because we're getting ready to read. Thank you for the skip. Okay, no. Keep your Zoomer speak. The constellation Demon King of Salvation does not exist in the Star Stream. I don't know what this means, but thank you guys for joining me, and thank you all for the lot of fun. We're going to go raid Nemuranai Kai. He's a wonderful guy. He's one of the first streamers that I kind of got to meet as Ruadh. He's really cool. I don't get to raid him often, so give him lots of love. Garev Mila Mahagut and Slán Gafoil, or Slán Gafol, and I will talk to you guys soon. Bye.